Okay, let's get started. Let's see. I received an email that my boss, Ayat, is having trouble joining. Let me see if she's there. I don't see her yet. Do you see her, Shayla?
I do.
Hey guys, I'm actually on the phone with her right now. She's having trouble logging in, so I think as long as it's recording, we can get started.
Okay, so let's get started. This workshop is being recorded. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Hain. I'm the host, co-host, along with my coworker Shayla Funk, for this workshop today. I'm filling in for my coworker Marty Kurtovich, who is unavailable today, helping. And this workshop is being recorded, as I mentioned before. And today's workshop is a workshop in track 2 of the SMAP rulemaking proceeding R.20-07-013. The purpose of track 2 in the rulemaking proceeding is to develop safety and operational metrics. The safety and operational metrics are meant to be used as triggering mechanisms to activate certain enhanced oversight and enforcement steps as outlined in the PG&E post-bankruptcy reorganization proceeding. An additional goal of developing these safety and operational metrics is to apply them to all 4 large energy utilities to gauge their safety and operational performance, specifically on safety, reliability, and affordable service. So let me go through the logistics today. For people who are attendees, if you need to ask a question, you have the ability to either hit the hand button in the chat box, and we'll be monitoring that to allow you to speak. And then you can, for people who are calling in, you also have the ability to raise your hand by hitting *1 on your keypad. And for those of you who are panelists, since there are many of you here today, 17 or 18, please mute yourself when you're not speaking in order to minimize the occurrence of a lot of background noises. So as the assigned commissioner, Rex Chaffin, will be joining us today to give an opening remark. I believe he's not on yet. So let's move on to...
Steve, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Commissioner.
I had another appointment. I thought I would be late, but I'm here and
okay. We're very glad you're here on time. Yeah. So let me go to the next slide. I mean the previous slides, Shayla. Previous slide. Okay. So let's go through why we're here today. I just mentioned why we're here today. Let's look at the chronology of events. So on November 17th, 2000. Oh, Commissioner, could you please mute your mic, please? There's a lot of background noise. Sorry. Okay. On November 17th, assigned Commissioner Rex Chaffin released a ruling directing PG&E to propose an initial set of safety and operational metrics, abbreviated as SOMs. And then in the same ruling, the Commissioner directed PG&E to serve its safety metrics by January 15th. The parties were directed to provide comments on PG&E's proposal by January 15th, and they served those comments into the rulemaking proceeding service list. And today we'll be having a workshop to discuss PG&E's proposal on the SOMs and also parties' comments and their feedback on those on that proposal. And the same rulemaking proceeding also stated that the Safety Policy Division will submit a staff proposal on the SOMs. So, okay, next slide, please. So this is the agenda for today. We have invited the utilities to give their perspectives on PG&E's proposal. We also have invited two intervener parties, Turn and Cow advocates, to give their perspectives on PG&E's proposal. And as you can see, I would take about 10 minutes, and this is to be followed by Commissioner Rechtschaffen's opening remarks for about 10 minutes. And then we'll jump to PG&E to give them the time slot from 10:20 to 11 o'clock. These are approximate times. So a lot of these workshops, it's almost impossible to nail down a precise time. So these are just approximate times. These are not by any means etched in stone. These are flexible depending on the volume of comments and questions. So don't feel that you have constrained necessarily by this agenda, the time slots on this agenda. If you have a lot of questions, feel free to ask. And then after PG&E finishes the presentation, we'll have a break from 11 to 11:10, 10-minute break. And then we'll have the utilities, SEMPRA and SCE, to give their presentations. This is to be followed by a lunch break from 12 to 12:45. And then after lunch, the interveners, Turn and Cal PA, will give their presentations. And then we'll have a 10-minute break. After that, we'll have a moderated question and answering session. That's what, an hour and 20 minutes. And then after that, we'll talk about the next steps. So with that, I would like to introduce you to Commissioner Rechtschaffen to give his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Steve, and Shayla. Thank you for you and others in the Safety Policy Division for organizing this. Happy rainy Thursday, everybody. I hope it's raining as hard where you are as in the Bay Area where I am. I don't have a lot to say. Steve set the stage well. A lot of parties here are very sophisticated and been very involved in this and related processes over time. And I first want to just thank you for your continued engagement on these issues. These are tough issues. These are not glamorous issues, but these are very, very important. I want to thank you in particular for working in this process, in this proceeding and in earlier proceedings to try to give us a deeper understanding of what these metrics should be, how we define and measure safety and performance metrics, and also participating and following through in other related processes in our general rate case to make sure that the investments that utilities make properly prioritize and promote public safety and follow the risk assessment prioritizations that we've set forth. So thank you very much for that. We all know, this group especially, there's hard work ahead for us in this proceeding. It's not an easy task. The parties have already noted that and have reflected that in some of your early comments, your cautionary comments that this work shouldn't be rushed. I do feel with steady, concentrated engagement, we will be able to accomplish what we need to do. And of course, we're starting that today. Our decision last year when we approved PG&E's reorganization plan envisions evaluating PG&E's performance using safety and operational metrics. And that's the PG&E's metrics draw from existing metrics. And that's, of course, what we're here to talk about today. We want to have a focus on performance that really matters and makes a difference. I've read through the proposal and some of the comments that, first blush. I'll be able to sit through part of the discussion today. My advisors will also be here for the workshop. And I want to commend PG&E for being thoughtful in some of its proposals, and in particular, their ideas for differentiating the metrics from metrics that are otherwise applicable for the oversight and enforcement process for other areas like wildfire mitigation plans. I think there's a lot to think about and digest in what PG&E presented, and we will be doing that over time. And also based on what we hear today, I think their comments from some of the interveners are certainly worth thinking about in great detail. Turn's comment in particular that there are key wildfire metrics that are part of wildfire mitigation plans that should be considered as part of these safety and operational metrics is an important point, and we certainly want to reflect on that. As we noted in the bankruptcy decision, it's very important that we don't get into the trap of just managing to the metric. I know that that's been a concern and that's been raised by the parties. We don't want important safety and operational issues that are not explicitly part of these metrics to be ignored. We don't want this to become the sole focus and create perverse incentives. It's really important that we adopt a diverse set of outcome-based metrics, and those are some of the guiding principles that we identified in the bankruptcy decisions, and which will inform discussions today and in the technical working groups to follow. It's encouraging that the proposed metrics from PG&E include more outcome-based metrics than existing SMAP metrics, and also a lot of leading metrics, which is desirable. So today's workshop is an opportunity for PG&E to present these metrics for parties to comment and hopefully stimulate a robust discussion. I'm particularly interested in hearing not just about the safety metrics, but also about operational metrics which have not been previously developed in the proceeding. And these should address PG&E's overall performance from customer engagement and customer satisfaction perspectives. PG&E's proposal states a few of the proposed metrics meet this objective, and I really want to focus attention on those as we continue our evaluation. Of course, as Steve said, and as we all know, the ultimate goal is to develop metrics that help drive performance, drive better performance, and evaluate whether that better performance is being achieved over time. We know the primary focus is on PG&E because of its origin with bankruptcy and its challenged performance metrics issues. But I'm also very, very interested in the question of how these metrics should apply to the other IOUs. Obviously, the enforcement and oversight process applies only to PG&E at the moment, but I see a real value in having consistent performance metrics across utilities. We do this with most of our other metrics. I think that's the right starting point for the discussion from my perspective. So with that, I look forward to today's discussion and thank everyone again for your very strong, very helpful, very constructive participation in this and related processes. And thank you also again, Steve and Shayla, for organizing this workshop and your very hard work on these important subjects.
Thank you, Commissioner. So with that, let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is for PG&E to present on its safety and operational metrics proposal.
Okay, Steve, can you hear me? Just making sure.
Yes, yes.
Great.
I
All
can.
right, my name is Ken Arnold. I'm the regulatory case manager for the Risk OIR. And PG&E's panel today will include Hannah Bagby, interim director of our Enterprise Performance Management Group, and will be our main presenter today. We also have Vincent Lowe, senior manager from the Enterprise Risk Operational Management Team, and who helped spearhead our RAMP effort. And on the line with us is Tessa Carlberg from our legal department to support as needed. As Hannah goes through the deck, we just request that questions be held until the end of the slide. We expect there to be questions. Also, just like to note that we have a number of participants on the line today as attendees. As questions get out of the area of expertise of both the panel and Hannah, we'll be looking for them to answer questions. Most of those attendees will not be around in the afternoon, so We do request that there's more specific metric-related questions. We ask those up front while they are available. Commissioner Rextoffen, we appreciate your opening remarks. We look forward to hearing and participating in the discussion as it continues and on the conversation regarding safety and operational metrics. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Hannah, and thank you, everybody.
All right, hello, just checking my sound again. Can y'all hear me? Yes, I see nods.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. As Ken mentioned, I'm Hannah Bagby. I lead our enterprise performance management group. So I work across PG&E and our different business units to drive our performance management kind of system and practices and actions with our senior leadership team. So my job entails a pretty broad view across the company. And so I think I'm really excited about being here today to do this, because we all know that what we measure matters, and metrics can be really meaningful and really impactful. So I'm really grateful just to have the opportunity to collaborate on this, and the diversity of thoughts really important to get this right. And so I'm confident that we will get this right. Before I get started, I was just going to quickly apologize for my virtual etiquette. I've got multiple screens going here, and unfortunately the camera is on the one that's the tiniest screen that's hardest for me to read. So I might be looking to the side. So I apologize if my eye contact is kind of all over the place. But, here we are. Okay, and then now as I get going, I wanted to just give a lay of the land of what I'll walk through. And Shayla, check with you that we can kind of manage the presentation. So I'm going to start with an overview of the approach we took to come up with our proposal for the safety and operational metrics, and then go to a slide that lays out the safety and operational metrics proposed with some of those criteria applied. And so it's kind of the portfolio view. And I'll make a couple key points there. And then following that, there's slides with just the definition detail for each metric. But rather than draining each of those one by one, I was thinking I would just kind of pause on that portfolio view slide and kind of give the time to y'all to direct the conversation where we want to go. Because I want to ensure we can use the presentation to all of the attendees' advantage and spend the time where it's most meaningful. And so Shayla, if that's okay with you, I have the page numbers I can help flip to if we do want to go to any of those detail slides, and hopefully that's not too much trouble.
Yeah, that sounds great. Please just let me know when you want me to switch slides back or forth.
Okay, great. We'll just go as needed. All right, so we can go on to the next slide. I'll go ahead and get started here. Okay, so here we've laid out the approach we took to develop the SOMs. And what I hope it can communicate, and what I hope you all also see, is my goal with it was for it to be logical, reasonable, and agreeable, and to also be systematic in an objective way. So it's kind of a system of steps that we can apply that make sense and provide clarity. So I'm going to walk through those one by one, and I hope that you all do agree that it is logical and achieves that goal and that purpose. So to start, to lay the foundation and scope out the realm of safety and operations, we leveraged our risk framework. We wanted to ensure we were being comprehensive, not to only focus on top risks from any single point of view. So we considered the risks from within our operational and safety profile through multiple lenses. So for example, RAMP is one lens that contains 12 risks that are purely based on the ranking of just their safety score. So they're in the mix, right? But that's just safety scores alone. So to make sure we're covering the operational side of things, we looked at our risks with the top reliability scores. So that creates a little bit more of a full package. But to ensure that we weren't creating any blind spots by simply just focusing on risk scores and the highest of those scores, we also looked at the tails of our risk profile. So I think it's like the high frequency, low consequence, or the low consequence, high frequency. Did I just say that backwards? High consequence, low frequency. I'm sorry, the two tails that might not get picked up in top scores, but we want to ensure we're being comprehensive. So you'll see we also brought in a couple risks, considering again those low frequency, high consequence scenarios and the high frequency, low consequence scenarios. Together, I think the approach really anchors us on a comprehensive scope that captures the vast majority of, and we've done analytics behind the vast majority of PG&E's risk exposure when it comes to safety and operations. So I think it laid a really good groundwork to anchor on. To complete this view, though, we also, as Commissioner Rick Chaffin mentioned, we want to consider the customer lens. So of course, that's why we're here, right? To serve our customers. And that doesn't always show up right in a risk-based view. To do that, and what it really came down to as we thought through it and kind of considered the different elements, is that what's most important to our customers is receiving safe and reliable service. And we know this from our customer satisfaction data. It's what is ranking there in terms of what's driving their satisfaction with PG&E and with the service we're providing. And beyond that, we know it's our ultimate purpose as a utility, right? Like, we're here to deliver safe, reliable customer service to our customers. That's the minimum table stakes. So with that, I think you'll see in our proposal, serving customers really ends up aligning with that safe and reliable, those safe and reliable kind of measurements or performance. It ultimately flows through to them, and it is what we know they care about. Additionally, though, we made sure that we weren't creating a set of metrics that felt like too far removed from those direct touch points and interactions we have with our customers and those engagements. So we did bring in measures, and you'll see them on here, that aren't necessarily any single risks, like specific outcome, but they're more measurements of our most critical interactions with customers when it comes to safety and operations. So think, how fast we respond to an emergency, how fast we answer their emergency call, things like that. Those are direct interactions we're having with our customers when it comes to safety and operations at the most critical and basic level. That's most important for us to provide, in addition to safe and reliable service, which we capture, I think, in our proposal. So step 2 was to inventory existing metrics that were out there. There's a couple reasons to use existing metrics. One, this is a big deal. We want our safety and operational metrics to be credible and solid and tested. We don't want to make new metrics in this context. And I hope that we can all agree on that. So we looked at existing areas like the safety performance metrics, of course, very relevant, our key risk indicators, and the other top company metrics. So like in my kind of the rest of my job, where I'm meeting with senior leadership on a regular basis to look at a set of metrics across the company, that of course is an inventory to pull from as well. And we looked at those kind of key ones that we're already reporting with the commission and have been deemed important, right, through other mechanisms or proceedings. Of course, gives you a good sizable menu of an inventory, and we kind of layered that on and sorted it by the risks and the elements that I just described in step 1. So we could see, okay, what are our options and how do they shake out against the different areas of our core operating units. So with those existing metrics, we moved on to apply a couple sets of criteria to help us kind of determine and narrow in on which of these are the strongest, which of these are the best option, and which of these together make the right portfolio as a single comprehensive set. So the first criteria I want to go into is number 3 here, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time on it, leading and lagging indicators. So having worked with metrics for a while myself, and I consider myself pretty knowledgeable on them, I'll be the first to admit leading and lagging indicators are the type of thing that can be interpreted a lot of different ways depending on people's just perception or understanding. So we thought it'd be helpful for our own practice or our own activity that we were going through here, and for all of us to kind of document what how we're applying leading and lagging indicators. So I think they'll hopefully find it pretty straightforward and reasonable. So the lagging indicators, we are looking at measurements of the outcome or trend that has occurred. Pretty straightforward. With the leading indicator can also be outcome-based. That's often a tension that is hard to pull apart. They can also be outcome-based, but the outcomes that we're kind of defining here that they're measuring or are related to the potential root cause or failure that could result in or provide the predictive trend of the consequential risk event occurring. So to say that again in a more simple way, what I'm saying is that the metric being leading or lagging is relative to what risk we're talking about or what outcome we're talking about. It can be both to when you're under different contexts. And so let me give you an example that I actually think Musi Grade pointed out, and it was a good one, and I wish I had gotten to it first. T&D wires down. We noted it as lagging because it is most associated with and directly one of the key risk indicators or the key risk indicator for the risk of our electric overhead asset failure. It is quite the literal and actual occurrence of an overhead asset failing when we have a wire down. That said, wires down can also be one of the potential causes of a wildfire. And I would call it a leading indicator to wildfire because, again, it's that type of failure that could result in that consequence occurring. And not all wires down result in ignitions, but the more wires down we have, that's a predictive trend to the fact that we might be having more wildfire exposure. So I hope that is a simple example. It kind of helps demonstrate, but happy to talk through it more. There are a couple other metrics on our next slide that you'll see where I would put in the same bucket of they are dual. But we were trying to keep things simple, on the slide. So I did just kind of put them with one or the other, but I'm happy to talk through which other ones kind of play both worlds if that's helpful on the next slide too. So for step number 4 here, there's lots of other criteria that you should apply. These are the criteria that were mentioned in the assigned commissioner's ruling and a lot of the other metric work that's gone on to date, the great work that's gone on through prior, the SMET proceedings, performance metrics, and these are very agreeable because they're certainly best practices. So, we looked at things being benchmarkable. We want them objective, not subjective. That's, absolutely almost a mandatory one. We wanted things to be have elements that are controllable, where the utility can take corrective actions to change the course of the performance and can know what a signal means and how to take action on it. We wanted the ability to understand trending over time and that we want to be outcome based and not activity based. I think the commission made a really good point in the site commissioner's ruling that it doesn't, you can do all the work you want, but if you're not doing the right work and it's not actually impacting the outcome, then it's a meaningless measure. So we totally agree, outcome-based is the way to go here. And so the idea with the criteria listed here, not all of the metrics check every box, but the idea is kind of the more you can check off, the stronger the metric is. I'll pause here for any questions before I go to the next slide, which does show the proposed metrics with the these criteria kind of listed so you can see it more dynamically. And I also want to note on the next slide, I will address the wildfire metrics. But any questions on the approach before I move there?
This is Katie from Turn. Is it okay if I ask a quick question?
Of course.
Do you have an inventory of all of the metrics that you considered in?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'll be asking for that in discovery. Thank you.
Perfect. Happy to share. I was going to say, we'll send it on over through data request.
This is Chris from Cal Advocates. Hannah, thank you very much. I appreciate this overview. I wanted to just double check on item 2, you mentioned using inventoried existing key metrics. Did you also look into other metrics that the utility wasn't already using? Did you explore looking into additional metrics, or did you only look at the metrics that the utility is currently using?
Chris, we looked at the metrics we're currently using. I'm open to exploring other ones that are out there, but what's really important is that we know how to use the metric. So if it's a metric that we don't have experience with at PG&E, it wouldn't feel appropriate, especially under the context of enhanced enforcement. It would take some learning time to ensure that we understand it within our operations and the actions to take to influence and drive performance with the metric with our operations. So definitely open to additional, there's great metrics out there, right? And open to additional ones, but there might be, for example, like a ramping we would need to go through of testing and making sure we fully understand and can productively use it at the utility. And that was really our intent of not trying to bring in incremental, completely new, unfamiliar metrics at this point in time.
Sure. I would just add in there that if this proceeding had the opportunity to explore additional metrics, because actually I do not know all of PG&E's current metrics, so I don't know what PG&E has been using currently. However, it seems like these are the metrics PG&E has been using up until perhaps this date and time. And I'm hopeful that the metrics that come out of this proceeding then provide an opportunity to perhaps capture things that have not been captured in the past, so that maybe performance issues that have happened in the past, that these new metrics might be able to prevent those kind of performance issues that have happened in the past.
Yes, yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and that's a good point. I mean, I can tell, internally, again, back to my day-to-day job, I've in my head and documented, I know we have there's a hierarchy, a cascade of all the drivers of each of these metrics, and the metrics, it's kind of like the drivers and the levers measures that can, drive these big ones. And that's certainly creates some great space for what you're talking about to understand, okay, which one of those, right, is the one we might need to narrow in on. But again, there's something to say about these being those high level ones, because the drivers maybe at one point in time are relevant, and then it's a new driver at a different point in time because the dynamic change. But I agree with what you're saying. I think there's always opportunity, right, to evolve, and we need to give ourselves that opportunity to evolve.
Thank you.
And Hannah and Katie, I'm just going to jump in real quick and let you know that I think we've taken your request of the DR. We will present those metrics so the group here has access.
Okay, any other approach questions before we get to the next slide, which is probably the one everyone wants to get to? All right, Sheila, I think we can move on. Okay, so as I mentioned in the beginning, again, just to kind of orient how I'll go through this, is I'm going to hit a couple key kind of major overarching points, and then I'm not going to drain each individual metric, because then I want to kind of open it up to you all and make sure we use this time where you want to use it. So I'll start with my kind of key points here, about 3 or 4. This is a set of 12 metrics. What you see here is this, kind of portfolio. So it's 12 in total, and together I feel really good about them meeting the intent of not only the guidance that was provided to us in the ACR and all the good work that's gone on prior to this proceeding, but that also meet the intent of enhanced enforcement. So kind of hitting on a couple of those key pieces of guidance that we had, I believe this is broad and diverse, and that it covers all across PG&E's different core operating units. And that's where we might differ from other utilities. For example, we have the hydro or the safe dam operating capacity, our hydro facilities in our nuclear facilities. That's not going to apply obviously to every utility here, but this represents the broad and diverse operations of PG&E. It's system-wide. These metrics are not tailored to individual or really targeted areas. They do represent performance across our territory to all our customers. They're outcome-based, almost all of them, except for that safe dam operating capacity one, but that one's it's a great metric. So I would say essentially we've got all outcome-based here. These are capable of assessing trends over time. And to the earlier point, I kind of love these metrics because I started working with these back in 2014 when I joined PG&E, and they truly, when you look at them from now to then, you see their movement and you can tell what's going on. They tell a story of what's gone on at PG&E over time, and I'm really confident that there are the right metrics that are going to continue to tell that story and give us line of sight to how our story is changing in the future. And get kind of adding on to that point about being capable of assessing trends over time, because they're good at that. These are the metrics that in many cases we're using for asset strategy and management. These are inputs, data inputs into modeling for how we're figuring out our future plans and how we're seeing things change and where we need to adjust our work plans and our work profile and the work we're prioritizing. So really analytically, they're used in a very forward-looking way at PG&E as inputs to understand performance and how our actions need to change and our work plans need to change based on the data that's contained within these metrics. They're also, as I noted, they're credible, well established, well understood. We know how to take action on them. We know they're really clear signals, like we know what's going on, and we have the ability to really understand without noise what's going on with them. And so, I think in some of the comments it was noted, these aren't really new, they're very familiar. To me, that's a plus. I want these to be familiar because that means we know how to work with them and we can do something with them and they can be really meaningful. All right, so the next point I wanted to make is the leading versus lagging. Again, just kind of going back to that point, it's actually, if you added these up, I think it's like 50-50, but like I mentioned, there's 3 or so that can be dual, I would say, with the risks we've got listed for them. And also overall, being all outcome based, again, a lot of times outcome based leads you to lagging indicators. So we're trying to be thoughtful of being truly outcome based, but having that forward looking leading element and coming up with this pretty balanced mix, I think was a good achievement while staying also outcome based. Next point is to address the wildfire topic, big elephant in the room, right? So I have it noted at the bottom, very hard to read right now, so I'll voice it over. With the wildfire metrics, I've got kind of 2 points and I'll give you like a final takeaway to kind of sum up this approach here. So we were mindful not to duplicate areas. And when I say duplicate, I mean because there are other enhanced enforcement events. There is a single one that addresses the adherence to our wildfire mitigation plan and the metrics within our wildfire mitigation plan, which is a lot of our wildfire related metrics. So that creates duplication. And it also, when you look across like I said, a balanced kind of broad and diverse across our different operating units, not only does that duplication bring additional emphasis to wildfire, which arguably there should be, right? It's obviously the main thing we're dealing with right now. But also it would kind of add, if you were to look at this on like a scale of balancing and weighing the different operating units, it's going to overweigh the electric side. You're going to have more electric wildfire specific metrics than the gas side of the business. And so by doubling up on the enhanced enforcement triggering events and by doubling down on additional wildfire metrics in this specific portfolio, what you are going to get is an overemphasis on one area that can dilute or detract or de-emphasize other areas. And I don't think that's the intent, in my opinion, of this set of metrics, which is meant to, over time, really look at PG&E delivering safe and reliable service. We can't lose sight of the gas side of our business or the generation side of our business. There are other mechanisms, and there are lots of other mechanisms right now to ensure that wildfire work has oversight, is regulated, and performance is absolutely to the standard of PG&E and all of you as well. But by bringing them in here, it's actually, I think one of the way it was said in the assigned commissioner's ruling was something about kind of like the permanence of it all, right? Things change over time, so you shouldn't just focus in on one thing that's relevant now. And that's kind of what we're saying here. Now, the second point is that, so the other triggering event, which let me read to you all what it is, because I know not everyone here has probably memorized all the triggering events like me. So it's the language on it is failure to obtain approved wildfire mitigation plan or comply with the regulatory reporting requirements or metrics, including the PSPS protocols. So that's a single like standalone triggering event in the enhanced enforcement structure. And we think the WMP is the right place for these guys to live for oversight and enforcement and to drive the performance, because that's an annual plan, and that annual plan creates these critical measures. It's directly tied to what we're seeing and analyzing, the modeling we're doing on a regular basis, because we all know this risk evolves rapidly year to year. And that's kind of the idea of the WMP, right? You're doing it on an annual basis. You're looking at progress over last year, and you're being forward looking to the next year. And so it creates the right home to make sure those metrics stay up to date and valid, and stay, kind of in lockstep with the way our wildfire risk is revolving and the progress that we're making. And so So it makes sense. I think they're best managed for everyone in that way there, and their oversight is best managed also there as well. I just want to, kind of ensure everyone there's absolutely no gap being created. So my final takeaway on this is that, again, I sincerely don't want this to come across as trying to shift accountability or deprioritize our focus on wildfire. It is absolutely not that. We're simply proposing that the most effective oversight structure to manage their performance under the context of enhanced enforcement is through this proposal. So again, we just think this is the most effective approach. Absolutely agree. They're important and need to have a high level of accountability and progress driven. This isn't the only mechanism to do that. Is kind of the point. So last, I want to close with a couple points you don't see on this slide, ones that were mentioned in the comments, and I want to say we totally agree. So the first is that these metrics, and Commissioner Rechtschaffen, you also mentioned this, these metrics, it's really important that they maintain their objective, that they cannot be manipulated, and that they're, in other words, auditable. 100% agree. That's not going to serve anyone well. That's not in anyone's best interest, and it's not what we want. It would just lead to more failures. We're there for that. So I want to give confidence that, again, because these are pretty established, long-standing metrics that we've been using for a while, they've gone through at different points in time our internal audit practices. They have, standards and auditable systems behind them. But that's a live, living thing. You don't just certify it once and then think deficiencies will never come up. So we're committed to ensuring the ongoing evaluation of the auditability and the objectiveness of these metrics. Extremely important, especially under the umbrella of enhanced enforcement. We're committed to the ongoing checking and improving, searching for deficiencies, fixing deficiencies, and we welcome more everyone in on that. It's kind of the thing. The more eyes on it, the better. It's we really want these to be tight, and I'm confident that they are currently tight. The second point is that target setting is going to be extremely important, and it's outside of the scope of this, but I can't wait to go through that part of the next steps, because it's going to be really interesting, and it's going to be so critical to understanding how we actually use these metrics, especially for enhanced enforcement. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I agree with the comments from our interveners that it's going to be a critical next step, not for today, but I do hope we'll talk about it with the next step. So just wanted to note, agree on the managing to the metric cannot happen, must be auditable. We're here to support that, on the same page, and that that target setting is going to be really important, really critical, and a really careful exercise that we look forward to going through with you all. So I'll pause here and happy to take questions, dig in, if you have questions about specific metrics, just let me know.
Hannah, this is Commissioner Rechtschaffen.
Hi.
I just had one question on your discussion, your thoughtful discussion about wildfire metrics. And I heard you making 3 points, I think. One, that there's a potential for duplication. Secondly, you don't want to overweight the electricity side versus the gas side. And third, you think you'll be more nimble if the focus is the wildfire mitigation plans, which are reviewed and evaluated every year and conditions change. And I appreciate those points and what we're trying to balance here. Is there a way to address the first point about duplication by simply incorporating whatever is done in the wildfire mitigation plan context into these metrics? Not everything, of course. There's lots and lots of elements to the wildfire mitigation plans, but a couple of key metrics, and those of course would be updated to the extent that they're updated regularly. So would these, by operation of just by reference, they'd be updated over time as well. So is there a potential to deal with the duplication issue by simply using the same or very similar metrics?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. And that's kind of where we were going with it. If there's a mechanism what we don't want to do is have these metrics get out of lockstep with what's being approved in the WMP every year. And since we haven't quite yet determined, I think it's part of our next steps, right, to determine what the mechanism is and the frequency for potentially changing or reevaluating these metrics. If those can line up, I see no issue with that at all. We are more thinking for the perspective of if these are really meant to be set and used consistently over a long period of time to where there isn't appetite for annual adjustment or alignment, then we might end up with outdated wildfire metrics over in the SOMs while we're improving and advancing our other new wildfire metrics or the same wildfire metrics, moving them along with the plan over the WMP. And then we've also got, those are two different triggering events. So it's kind of just like, how do we work that out? But yeah, I think we're open to it if that makes sense.
Thank you. And I will have to leave shortly. I thank you. I apologize, but I appreciate the discussion so far.
Hannah, hi, thanks for this. This is Simi George. I'm an advisor to Commissioner Chaffin. This is really helpful slide. I had one question, which is, it looks like the boxes that are highlighted a sort of pale and off-white shade are the ones you think have an operational element, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong. But I just wanted to see if you had thought about metrics that were primarily operational and not just developed in a safety context. I'm looking at gas emergency response, electric emergency response. Obviously, they have a customer-facing element, but I was wondering if you have thought of others, any in your inventory of metrics that really are primarily operational, not necessarily tied to the safety context.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll say that there's so little of our operations that is not tied to safety, and especially again under the purpose of enhanced enforcement, which is why we're here. When it comes down to these metrics being purpose-driven, which was absolutely where we are, a large consideration for us. Again, under the purpose of enhanced enforcement, when you get in the metrics that you might consider operational that have no attachment to safety, I think would also be potentially, you're getting kind of in the weeds a little bit, I would say, of kind of maybe process-based or metrics like that, which are great, right? Operational excellence is very important, but by nature, then they aren't going to necessarily be the right things to rise to the level of the purpose of signaling that enhanced regulatory intervention is needed. So there's a little bit of, I would say, attention there. Now, the second point is that when we looked at, took the broad look at our risks, so we looked at the safety scores and we looked at the reliability scores. And the risks that we're capturing here capture 98% of our safety exposure and 90% of our reliability exposure. And some of those overlap, the risks overlap. So again, it kind of, they become a little bit one and the same. It just is what it is. I will say that SAIDI is purely operational. That's how we're positioning it, at least. It's all about reliability. It is the ultimate reliability metric. I think we're all pretty familiar with it, right? System-wide, it gives you the full picture. You can peel it apart in different ways, and there's different kind of other, reliability metrics up there, but that's kind of like a really big, comprehensive key indicator. And now I hope to not get too into the weeds here myself with enhanced enforcement, but there is a separate triggering event for enhanced enforcement that is reliability focused, and the language is failure to comply with electric reliability performance metrics. And we wanted to be clear, we're trying to kind of roll that into the SOMs like you just proposed, Commissioner Chaffin, about, these should be one and the same, and that's our metric that we would propose to meet that triggering event. Although I will say a lot of these other ones have obviously reliability components and operational components, but we just wanted to be really clear under that reliability column that metric is serving that purpose for enhanced enforcement. So I'm sorry for a little bit of a convoluted answer there, but what I would go back to is T&D wires down. That very heavily reflects our operations. Our gas, large overpressure events, that is really operational itself. All of these have some component. I mean, especially if you look at the Diablo Canyon one, too. So it's a little hard to peel them apart because they're one and the same. And I think that's a good thing. Safety is at the core of our operations. But I'm happy to dig into it more with you. It's not, I guess, straightforward in black and white.
Hello, Hannah. This is Chris Park from Cal Advocates. I appreciate what you were mentioning earlier about not managing to the metric. And so, and here's a list, I guess, 12 metrics. Wouldn't a broader set, so if PG&E were to take into account more wildfire metrics that are used in the wildfire arena, even here talking about wires down, looking at wires down that remain energized, would that be a way of mitigating managing to the metric? Because now we're looking at, not focusing on like this set of 12, but looking at other things that might get neglected if the utility is only managing or looking primarily at those 12 set. So I guess what I'm suggesting is, could PG&E consider a broader set as a way of mitigating a situation where everyone's going to be managing to the 12,
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And it reminds me of actually some other comments that we got as well. I'm going to offer experience-based perspective, and then I'm going to also just use an example here. So based on my experience with working with metrics, managing them at the senior level where, certainly that's where the attention is going to come, where you get that risk of managing to the metric, right? The best practice I found, and I think it's supported by not just me, through industry and not industry, I'm sorry, just general management practices, is more information doesn't equal more informed. What's important is to measure what matters. When we bring in too much, we dilute our ability to understand what's going on and to focus. Now, it's important to get that smaller set right with, again, measuring what matters so you're not leaving gaps and creating blind spots. And I think I've gone through in our approach that we're very mindful to not create those blind spots by one, being comprehensive in the areas of our business we're considering, but two, being really thoughtful about which metrics we're selecting from that inventory that I described. So for example, actually, kind of the question I was just answering, when you get to like the operation specific ones, you're going to get kind of granular, and then you're certainly missing a larger picture, right? You want the high level one because all the granular stuff gets captured in the high level one. So I'm going to use, now my example I'm going to use is wires down. And I think UC Grade had a suggestion, right, about why would you wires down instead of not all outages, all faults, all kinds, things like that. Like wires down is just one way, right? You have an asset failure. But that is, so I'll use this example, metric, more information doesn't equal more informed. The data set of all outages and all faults is huge, 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 huge. And it would take a lot of intervention to go through it to understand what it's actually telling us and what's noise. And its trend, if there is an actual organizational failure going on, back to the purpose, being purpose driven for enhanced enforcement, if there's an organizational failure going on to the level that requires an intervention, it's going to show up. It's going to show up in the trend of that huge outage data set, and it's going to show up in the trend of wires down. Those data sets move together. They're not, separate. So if you're going to have, if there's some kind of really core issue going on, you're going to see it in these high level metrics. And I really do believe that's a best practice. And I worry when we get more granular, because you're actually introducing the more focused views then and the more specific views, or when we get too much, because then it becomes really hard to focus. So I think we've hit the right mix. I hope this resonates. But I do understand what you're saying, and I do welcome, like, we need to poke at our blind spots and make sure that this set of metrics isn't creating them. But we did thoughtfully select them to make sure that we really would capture any type of failure going on, and these should be able to do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If there's an opportunity to have more discussion on that with after the workshop comments or other meetings, I would certainly welcome that opportunity
Of
to
course.
dive into that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's where we need that diversity of thought, you know, like we could check our own blind spots, but it's always helpful to have a spotter behind the car checking for you.
Hi, Hannah. This is Joseph Mitchell, Musty Grade Road Alliance.
Hi.
Hi. Just a couple of questions. First, since we're on the topic of the wire down metric, I understand what you're saying there about focusing on the in-data. I've been skeptical of the wires down excluding the major event days for the purpose of wildfire, since wildfire are generally happen during major event days. And you're really looking for the sensitivity of your system to external driver events. Now, of course, you have to normalize it by the external driver event. That makes it more complicated. But I think that would be a useful metric to collect aside, as a subset of outages, as well as there's other sources of outages. And I understand what you're saying is that they all track each other. But I think there's a key component of how do external driver events affect these that you're not actually capturing. That's just the first comment. And second comment regarding PSPS, and this wasn't clear to me. I understand bringing the metrics from the WMPs and incorporating those. I think that's what you're suggesting. I think that's a good idea. You sort of implied that PSPS adherence was under that. If the commission was to make determinations, if SED was to make determinations that PSPS events weren't reasonable, a non-reasonableness, would that be captured under that? Or is that something that's going to fall through the cracks if there are determinations of reasonableness or non-reasonableness for PSPS?
Good question. So I'm going to address both, but I also want to make a clarification at the beginning with respect to everyone here and with respect to what I just said, and in respect to Commissioner Rechtschaffen. So our proposal is to not include the wildfire metrics here. Our proposal is to have them live within the wildfire mitigation plan through the triggering event that is adherence to the wildfire mitigation plan. They will be picked up in the enhanced enforcement process. We don't think they are the right fit with this set of metrics, like for the reasons I've mentioned. So although we are agreeable and to understanding kind of like sorting out the like administrative pieces, I still do feel strongly that it creates an unbalanced scorecard here. And I think it is best managed and most productively managed within the wildfire mitigation plan. So I just wanted to clear up that point. I'm not changing my position on that recommendation. But like I said, it's something, there is some kind of administrative level here of this triggering event, that triggering event, et cetera, that we are open to working through and making sure everyone has the right visibility. Because I feel like that's maybe a little bit what's going on too. So now, first point, the including MEDs, really good point. Totally agree that, right? Like you gotta perform on your worst days, right? So, but we can't bring in something like MEDs to something that serves this purpose. Under the purpose of enhanced enforcement, it would be, as I think you just said, it would not be a smart idea to bring in externally driven elements that we can't control. That would put us in, it would be blurring up the signals of what needs to require, regulatory intervention. So while it's an important data point to monitor on the side, like for example, through the existing SPMs, where it's a metric there, or it could be supplemental information we could provide. I think it's also filed in our WMP, which comes with lots of normalizing factors and data to look through, so we can all be well informed. It certainly shouldn't be a metric with any kind of regulatory intervention attached to it, just like it should never be an incentive metric, right? Where you're bringing in an element you can't control, like that normalizing factor is really important. So agree with you on it's very relevant data. It would be, just probably misguiding to bring it into where it's a triggering event.
Agree.
So I hope that's like a fair point. Yeah. But you know, it is important. Now the PSPS element here. So you specifically asked about the reasonableness review, and I do have I'm happy to make a kind of got like a couple thoughts on PSPS, but specifically with the reasonableness review, one point is that PSPS, if the commission will allow me to kind of make this statement, PSPS is a highly regulated program. It not only has ESRB 8, it's got the rulemaking open and other proceedings associated with it open right now. And we all know the reasonableness review is one of those baseline requirements that comes with ESRB 8 and the phase 1 decision and the rulemaking. So every event, you know, a report is submitted for the reasonableness review. That's an action can be taken accordingly through those, you know, through those rulemakings. And then if it were to need to extend to enhanced enforcement, say it would naturally come through the WMP where we are committing to meeting our requirements. I mean, if we failed a reasonableness review, we would be failing on a lot of different requirements, right? We wouldn't need this mechanism to get that visibility, and it's just not a metric. I don't think it's not really. It's kind of just like a black or white thing, and it's for better or worse at this point. If you all allow me to be a little bit candid, it's not a super clear cut thing. There is level of PSPS is extremely complex, and assessing its reasonableness is really difficult, I think. And I don't know if we've seen that level of maturity in results of assessing reasonableness yet. So I would not recommend or be open to it being a metric, because it isn't a metric. It's, again, did you meet your compliance requirements or not? And I'm very confident it would be picked up, right, with action taken, because we certainly know it's the thing we're at the highest level of accountability for, using PSPS as a tool extremely safely from all fronts and all the different impacts. So I don't think it would fall through the cracks. I hope that's fair to say.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ascertain exactly how it wouldn't fall through the cracks. I mean, there is a gap, and you've alluded to that. We don't have reasonability standards yet, so it's hard to have a metric without a standard. I think one of the steps would have to be on the commission side to establish the standard and to conduct the reasonableness review, reasonable time for each of the PSPS events, and then it becomes something that could be managed. I'm still not quite clear whether a failure would then trigger a non-compliance with the wildfire mitigation plan, which would then correspondingly be a triggering event, or whether that's something that would directly trigger in another way.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good. We do have a lot to work out with the clarity of, right, this new structure that we're navigating with enhanced enforcement. Given that I'll read the wildfire mitigation plan triggering event language again, just because it's helpful. Failure to obtain an approved wildfire mitigation plan or comply with the regulatory reporting requirements or metrics, including PSPS protocols. And I am not, I guess, it's not my position at PG&E to speculate on this type of stuff. This isn't really my role, but I would say the PSPS protocols part at the minimum is PSPS compliance with ESRB 8 and reasonableness review. So I think that seems to make sense to me to be picked up there.
Hi, Hannah. This is Steve Hain here. Let's see. Are you going to be going through each of the safety metrics, SOMS metrics? You have a lot of slides left.
Oh yeah, no. So that's what I was saying. I'm happy to if everyone would find that helpful. I just didn't want to drain the time by just kind of going through and reading off the definitions. I wanted to open it up so we could focus where you want. But if anyone would like to go through any specific metric, I can do that. Or I could do like a quick read through. I know we're at our time on the agenda. You all let me know what you'd find most helpful.
I would think it would be good to do a quick read through, and then if people have any questions, they can ask on the spot. And then if parties want to ask additional follow-up questions, they can do it during the hour and 20-minute Q&A later on in the afternoon. But if we need to, we can certainly change the schedule on the fly. So why don't we go ahead and do a quick read through of the proposed SOMs?
Okay. So,
Or wait, actually, before we do that, why don't we take a 10-minute break as the schedule shows? Okay, let's come
sounds
back
good.
here at 11:20. Okay, we're back. Shayla and Hannah.
Here, I'm here
Okay,
too.
good. I have a question for the presenters scheduled after PG&E. I think there's a lot of value in having this discussion more thoroughly drawn out. PG&E still has not presented the 12 safety SOMS metrics, and I think there's going to be a lot of value in having a more thorough discussion. Would it cause SEMPRA, SEE, CalPA, and TURN any problems with your schedule if we extend PG&E's presentation portion and then shift your time?
Hi, Steve. This is Chris Bias with SEE. I had sent a message to you in SEE. I sent it during the break that SEE is happy to move its presentation to any spot in the day that you and Shayla prefer, whatever's convenient for the workshop.
What about CalPA and
That's fine. That's fine.
TURN?
I think that's fine, and I actually think it'd be really great to have a longer discussion of PG&E now, because I think a lot of us have questions. So that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, as I stated at the beginning, the schedule is not etched in stone. We can certainly change it dynamically based on the circumstances. And as we see now, there's a need to extend PG&E's presentation portion. Basically, what's going to happen is we'll have a shorter Q&A session in the afternoon. We'll be shifting a chunk of that time into this portion right now. So, okay, so let's continue and have Hannah, could you please go ahead with your presentation and take as much time as you need to do a fairly deep dive on those SOMS proposed metrics.
Steve, before we get started, this is Shayla. I didn't hear from SEMPRA if it would inconvenience them or if there's any issues with their presenters.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think we'll be fine. It might shorten the time that we present, but this is good discussion.
Okay, so please go ahead, Hannah. Thank you.
All right. So the following slides were really included to be informative. They just have the technical definition of each metric, and then it repeats the check marks, right, that we have here on this slide. So there's no new information presented on them. I just want to make that clear, but let's step through them one by one and make sure we do have the time to talk about them individually, which I think is a good idea as well. So if you want to go to the next slide, please, Shayla. All right. So CIF actual. This one, and like I said, I'm going to essentially be reading you all the definition here. So bear with me, but that's, I think, where we need to start. So CIF actual metric is a safety measure. It is going to include both employee and contractor incidents, and it's defined as follows. It's any injury or illness resulting from work at or for PG&E that results in a fatality, a life-threatening injury or illness, or a life-altering injury or illness. We are proposing this metric be measured as a multi-year rolling average, actually 3-year rolling average, because its data population is so limited that statistically you can't look at any single year and actually understand performance because it will have random variability due to the smaller population set. And so rolling average will help smooth that out and present the meaningful trend and will fit the purpose of enhanced enforcement, which is one of the things that needs to be able to do is provide the ability to assess trends. Any questions on CIF actual? Employee and contractor, these are both also measured in the safety performance metrics. They're reported separately there, but we're just saying combined.
This is Kate from TURN. One quick question for both CIF actual and CIF potential. Did you consider how to incorporate impacts to public safety rather than just employee and contractor safety?
Sorry, struggle getting back on mute. Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm actually really glad you brought that up. So our public safety SIF metric is reported in the SPMs, but we want to note a couple things about it. We need calibration across the utilities is one starting point that we've noted. We're not all measuring it or measuring the risk the exact same or scoping the risk the exact same way. And that's to say, so there's one opportunity, right, to better align and recalibrate how we look at public SIF events across the state. And then second is that those events, the way we are currently capturing them, are both or contain a mix of third-party caused events that are out of PG&E's control or could have been out of PG&E's control, and they introduce an even larger world of variability in terms of the variables that can be the root causes. So you see less commonality in their root causes, and we see elements of where it's unclear how PG&E could have taken action because it may be third-party caused. That said, so we don't feel like it's an effective, it's the right metric at this point in time to be for the purpose of enhanced enforcement for those reasons of calibration and the element of third-party caused events where PG&E would have an unclear course of action to correct the occurrence, which would be an unproductive entry into the enhanced oversight process. Now, that said, we did consider this a lot because we had the exact same thought. I think all of our other metrics very much are public safety, right? Specifically, for example, those emergency response metrics, that's very much how fast we can get to a third-party safety incident that's occurring. And I'll again use T&D wires down. I'm kind of like really beating this one into the ground, but wired down, right, introduces the opportunity to have a third-party incident with contact with live wire. So we think it's very inherent in the fact that the safety and operational metrics that we've presented are extremely focused on public safety, but we don't feel that we can introduce a public SIF metric for the purpose of enhanced enforcement at this time.
This is Ben from Safety Policy Division. I was wondering for the reporting this one and the potential, you were going to just combine employee and contractor, and what's the rationale for combining them rather than reporting them separately like you do in in the SPMs?
I've got two answers to that question. One's really just like logistics and one's more like culture. So take it for what it is. I think we could do it either way, right? We know which ones are contractor, which ones are employee. That's more simple, just having a single combined metric. And then the culture, and internally, that's how we look at it. We do the combination. And this is now I'll go to the second point culturally, which is we don't have, there's no difference, right, in our accountability between our contractors and our employees. We want to treat them the same. We want to work that way internally. That's why we measure them together, not separately internally. So they were defined that way for the SPMs, but we like to look at it together because we have a culture of we're just as accountable for our contractors as we are for our employees. So we don't see value necessarily in separating them out. It actually could be a little bit detrimental to that culture. So we combine them, but of course the data, it can be presented with that clarity of what's what.
Thanks.
Hi, Hannah. This is Chris. I might have missed, I don't know if you were touching upon this or answering Katie, but so PG&E is not proposing to capture public SIFs. So for example, fatalities related to wildfires that were ignited by utility infrastructure. PG&E is not planning to use that as a metric. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to repeat that exact, the statement again, so I make sure I.
Oh, okay.
Exactly what you mentioned measuring.
in terms of SIFs or serious injuries or fatalities, this slide says employee and contractor. So PG&E is not planning to use SIFs, which would be fatalities or serious injuries to the public, which, for example, could be a result of a wildfire ignition that was caused by electrical infrastructure.
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I was clear that you were saying, serious injuries or fatalities to the public as a result of a wildfire. Just want to make sure I heard that clearly. That's correct. No, we're not proposing the SIF public safety or the public SIF metric at this time. Again, it's not in a state where it would be a productive measurement. I think there's a little bit, maybe I want to be careful about just kind of like stepping out of my lane here, but, you know, we are heavily, you know, we've got a lot of regulatory engagement with our wildfire risk. I'm very confident that a catastrophic wildfire that results in fatalities would not be by any means swept under the rug because we're not proposing a public SIF metric. And I think we all know that, right? Like, we're not gonna just like let that be out of the picture. So my answer, I guess, to be black and white is no, we are not proposing that metric. It's not, we don't feel like it's the right one, again, for the reasons I mentioned earlier. But I am confident that we're not creating a gap if we are to have a wildfire of catastrophic nature that results in fatalities.
Are you done, Chris? Okay, I have a question. Steve Hain here. One of the goals of the SOMS proposal is to have metrics that are benchmarkable. So the SIFs, for example, there are several others that are of the same category. They are expressed in numbers. So obviously, the larger the utility is, the more of those numbers you have. So how do you benchmark? How do you normalize them to benchmark those metrics?
Yeah, that's a good question. The SIFs are also measured in a rate, which, if I have to quote the normalized rate, it's something I might misquote here. I do have an expert who's not a panelist, but a participant. But the rate is something illustratively like dividing by the hours worked, like, injuries per 1,000 hours or something like that, to normalize. And we have actually had a lot of engagement with EEI on our SIF metric to ensure it can be used with the industry, with their work across the industry, to understand benchmarking. But yeah, you would have to normalize, just kind of switch the equation around, but it's the same input.
So in other words, the way to make this work is to have those metrics reported in both absolute numbers and also in normalized numbers in terms of rates.
We could do that. I don't know if again, it feels a little, I'm not sure it adds, at any point you could translate between the two. Probably just feels a little noisy to list both on something like a scorecard and make it like an added metric. We could go with either. I guess I'm a little indifferent, but yes, that is the method you would have to use to normalize to understand performance against the industry or against another utility. You would need to have that denominator there. But like I said, it doesn't change the performance factor variable, which is the count of the SIFs. So either way would be fine. And at any point in time, like I said, we can translate between, and internally we track both and keep visibility to both.
Yeah, I understand that those numbers are available internally, but I was referring to whether or not the utilities would be required to supply the metrics in terms of rates and absolute numbers.
I guess we're open to everyone's input on that. I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, Ayat, and then Ayat has a hand up, and then Diane had her hand up. I don't know if she still wants to ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Ayat.
I think you're on mute.
Okay. Does it work now? Hi, Hannah. This is Ayat Osman from the risk assessment team. I guess my question is, I have a couple of comments probably than a question. And the question is basically, say in the future we want to put a target to this. It's really hard to put a target on a metric that that kind of umbrellas. I don't know how to best word this, but umbrellas all of the employees and contractors related injuries or fatality that are housed within PG&E's, say, buildings or work-related incidents versus incidents that are identified as a risk in terms of public safety. So here is where I have a little bit of I'm kind of opposing here just to see how is this going to measure public safety. And again, I'm thinking of it as an outcome based, and we're trying to figure out a way to measure or ascertain public safety in a way that is, like you said, it could be globally used. But I hear you. Some of this incidents could be initiated by third party or something like that as a root cause. But here's where I'm not clear. How is this going to tell us anything about public safety?
So I feel I feel the unclarity, and so I hope I am interpreting your question right, and I'm not underplaying it with my response. For clarity, this metric is proposed for employee and contractor safety, which is an important part of safety at the utility. This is not a key metric meant to serve the purpose of public safety. This is proposed for employee and contractor safety. So we're not trying to have this be a public safety metric. It is employee and contractor safety, which, yes, I think conceptually, right, we could link in the meta world, the worse employee safety you have, the more likely you might be to have public safety events. But that's not what we're trying to do here. We're trying to cover the very important part of our operations and safety to our own employees and be accountable to that. It's one piece to the portfolio of safety and operational metrics that together covers employee, contractor, public safety.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. That helps a lot. So where is the metric that's going to address public safety?
I think it's a suite of metrics. It's multiple metrics. You can't look at, again, we put these together.
From the one that you proposed here. From the list that you proposed.
It would be helpful to me if we, I guess, could go back to the slide above so everyone could see them together again. So everything with the green under the safety column, with the exception of the 2 employee and contractor ones, are related to public safety. They are the occurrence, they're related to our largest kind of potential consequence of where public safety incidents can occur.
Yeah, I think I understand that. I'm just saying we don't have a metric like someone else pointed out to measure an outcome to public safety.
I think these are outcomes. If you are to, some of them are leading, some are lagging. In the cases that are lagging, for example, ignitions directly presents a public safety risk. It is an outcome that is not separated from public safety risk. It is a public safety risk. But that said, I hear what everyone's saying. Look forward to more conversation about it. The utilities, PG&E, is not in a position to use SIF public data at this point in time to be an enhanced enforcement metric. like I said, we're not calibrated across in how we scope the risk or the metric, and the metric contains a lot of, I don't want to say a lot of, because I don't want to generalize about the data, but it contains incidents that again are not within the realm of something PG&E can correct under the purpose of enhanced enforcement. So open to continuing to evolve that and get there, not there now. I'll use an example. All of these incidents, of course, are tragic, and we understand, and they're, of course, what we want avoided. But there are things included like car poles, right? We all understand that, like a vehicle running into one of our poles. So I think we could see how that type of incident does not serve the purpose of enhanced enforcement, which is meant to bring regulatory intervention for an organizational failure. So that kind of data isn't meeting that purpose, which is why we can't propose, we're not proposing that metric at this time. But I understand what everyone's saying. I would love for us to get all calibrated across the utilities through our risk decision-making frameworks and proceedings, and have it be something we are looking at in the future. But we're not there now. And I do feel good, like this set of metrics together, it's really covering a broad and diverse area of potential public safety events that are the ones that we can control. The SIF metric just isn't that right now. And I will note that the SIF public incidents is in the safety and performance metrics. So there is visibility to them. Again, not though proposed for the purpose of enhanced enforcement. Serving two different purposes there, and appropriate and great and good for visibility that will help us advance forward through the safety performance metrics. Do you want to go back to the slides?
I think I got. Thank you for your feedback. I think I understood what you just said, and we can talk about this. I don't want to prolong this conversation because there's a lot of topics to cover, but we can talk about this later. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. And like I said, we've thought about this a lot too. Exact same thought process, and I hope again, kind of the framework that we've applied here does prove to be kind of reasonable and logical and objective in how we are assessing the different metrics and their viability for this purpose. We can go back to the detail slides. If you want to go to the next slide, if there are no other questions on SIF actual, we can move ahead.
Hannah, I see a question from Ed Harkowitz in chat. He says, by combining the employee and contractor SIFs together, then that implies PG&E has as much control over the contractor as it does its employees. Yet there has been much said about controllable factors being a key feature of the SOMs. Therefore, how will PG&E show that it does have control over its contractors and take responsibility for contractor actions and impact on safety?
I think that's a great question, Ed. Thank you for that. I like that point. I hope that our presentation of proposing that we be tracked for the purposes of enhanced enforcement on contractor safety does show our commitment to responsibility and accountability for our contractors operating safely. Now, when we get down to the element of managing internal employees versus contractors, I will need to defer to our safety kind of expert on the line, if that's appropriate. But she is a participant, not a panelist, and would need to be unmuted. I'm not sure if I've answered your question or if you want additional information, in which case we should have Diane type in.
So Diane, you are a panelist, but you may be having some issues on your side that may be something to work out as an attendee. So You can type in chat if you're having issues, Diane, or. Shayla, is there an alternative way for attendees to have the ability to speak here at the workshop if they are having issues with unmuting? I think Diane sent me a message saying she doesn't see a button to unmute.
Is she an attendee right now?
She is a panelist right now. She should have unfettered ability to mute or unmute herself.
Steve or Shayla, can you unmute her by right-clicking on her?
I don't. Give me a second.
There's
No,
microphone
she's
icon.
already. Oh, actually, the function on her is grayed out. Mute and unmute are both grayed out. So I don't know why I cannot mute or unmute her.
I maybe ran into this on the dry run, Diane. Sorry, we're going down a little rabbit hole here, but you know, this is virtual life. Diane, I had the same issue when I did the dry run. There might be another, like a button you need to click to activate to get active in the WebEx, if that makes sense. I also had a grayed out mute button at one point on the dry run because I was more, I think it was treating me more like someone only observing and I hadn't fully entered yet. I don't know if this is helping. Or if you see anything else to click, Diane. Like I said, so Diane can speak to our contractor safety programs that we have set up for the purpose of this, of what's being described here about how we drive performance and ensure the safety of our contractors and that we're bringing on safe contractors from the get-go as well. So she is our program expert there. If we can't get her on, I might suggest that if you want more information beyond the answer that I just provided, it could be submitted via data request.
That sounds good. I think we should probably move along through these things, right? It's already 11:47.
Yes, and I want to put out there, I don't know, Steve, since you're moderating, if you'd be interested in this, but maybe we should kind of leave this screen up and have people chime in on specific metrics they want to do a deeper dive into. I don't have the agenda up on my screen right now, but I know we're kind of switching up our time a bit. I just put that out there, and I'm open to whatever you decide, Steve.
Yeah, I have a specific question on the gas dig-in rate. PG&E is listing this as a leading metric. I'm just wondering, and I read through the detailed description of this metric. I don't get the sense that this is a leading metric. Why is it a leading metric? In what way is it a leading metric?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. This is one of the examples I was thinking about bringing up because it's a good one. So again, going to back to how we anchored ourselves to give ourselves some guardrails, right, of what is leading and what is lagging. Because again, very open to interpretation. I think that's what we're feeling right now, is that the metric can be is determined leading or lagging relative to the consequential risk event occurring. In this case, the consequential risk event is loss of containment with ignition. Dig-ins, not every dig-in causes a loss of containment with ignition, but it can be the root cause or the organizational failure that does cause the risk event to occur. So it's leading in that if you see a trend of higher dig-in rates, you should know that you are creating more exposure to the risk event of loss of containment with ignition. What it's lagging to is are things like, for example, like effectiveness of our 811 programs, or maybe locate and mark, timeliness or something like that. I'm a little bit just being illustrative here. I'm not, in the gas side of the business specifically with these programs, but so it's lagging to the effectiveness of those things working, but leading to that actual risk we're looking at occurring, which is loss of containment. So that's why we look at it. Same with like wires down and wildfire.
In looking at it as a leading, are you referring to the fact that when someone digs into a pipe, PG&E crew has to repair the pipe, and the repair may not be as the repair pipe may not be as good as the original pipe? Is that the idea?
No. It's that the dig in itself can create, right? And again, I am not a gas engineer, but the dig in itself can create the loss of containment that could have an ignition when you hit the pipe and create the leak. So, but that doesn't happen every time. So you look at the rate. If you have a higher dig-in rate, you're creating more exposure and more probability that you could have that consequence occur. That is the risk of loss of containment with ignition. But not every dig-in does that. So the rate tells us something about the exposure we're creating for the leak, for the loss of the containment, the leak when you hit the pipe, right? That could result in I'm sorry, I should stop using my hands, result in that consequence occurring. I hope I'm not just repeating myself too much. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but I think I have a slightly different perception from PG&E on this. My sense of it is, if someone digs into your pipe, that's already a bad thing, whether or not it leads to something more severe. So from my perspective, it's a lagging indicator, but that's a difference in perspective.
Yeah, it is totally fair too, Steve. I think that's why I want to acknowledge that leading and lagging is very open to interpretation and different perspective. And it's a good, I don't know if it's a bad thing that it can be both a leading and a lagging, but it's something we should work through. I think nonetheless, we know gas dig-ins is a really good metric. It's really informative for us, and it really is directly tied to our operational excellence and the safety and public safety outcomes. So I think nonetheless, it would be proposed.
Okay. In the interest of time, maybe we will need to either move a lot faster or allow participants to ask specific questions on any specific metric. So I'm going to throw this back to the panelists and participants.
This is Katie Morsoni from Turn. I think we pointed out in our comments, and I know someone else did as well, the potential objectivity of the SIF potential metric. And so I was hoping you could talk about how you plan on tracking that and ensuring that it's objective.
Yes, good. I'm glad you brought that one up. That's totally fair. On this list, it absolutely is the one, right, that pops out because the word potential it kind of is naturally associated with some kind of discretion. So what I can say, and in lieu of Diane being able to chime in, who could give you like the true technical controls around this, what I can say is that we are very heavily aware of this subjectivity that can be introduced when assessing a potential event. We internally, we want it to be as consistent and systematic as possible. So we have taken a lot of rigorous steps to ensure that it is systematic and rigorous and objective. And we have those things documented through our control processes, our standards and procedures. So there are mechanisms in place for consistent application of the criteria or requirements that define a potential event that we are happy to share through data requests, like I said, in lieu of Diane being able to speak to them in more detail. But understand the question, understand the risk with this one, and certainly welcome and understand that there needs to be very tightly assessed controls. But I do think we've brought ourselves there already, and we have some good work that could be helpful.
Hello, this is Chris. Maybe I could just run through a couple of these. I think they would just be quick answers, but just clarifications on these. So I'm looking at, I have another screen up where I'm looking at the, hang on a second. The transmission and distribution wires down. That's down in the depth a little bit. Maybe we could pull that up.
Shayla, it's page 14. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, page in your PDF. It's slide 10, page 14. If you're looking at, yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, there we go.
That's it. Okay, quick question on this. It discusses energized electric transmission or primary distribution conductor, but PG&E is not planning to consider whether the wire down remains energized or not, right? It's just a clarification. You're talking about, you're not planning to distinguish whether a line remains energized or not after it comes down. Is that correct? Whether it trips or not.
I think the answer to that is yes, that's correct. I would have to defer to an expert to like confirm for you, but my understanding is that's correct. Need to get confirmation though to be sure that I am giving you accurate information. But again, this metric too is one that is set to industry standards. So we are aligned with the industry practices here. But what you're saying, my reaction is that that's correct. Yes.
Okay. I see someone just mentioned something in the chat about that. It's another question that's related, I guess. Maybe I should go ahead and give you a chance to answer that question.
Yeah, I can answer that question. So the question is, does PG&E plan to track and report these metrics on a more granular basis than system-wide? For example, by county or division level or regional level? Answer is we already do. Yes, all of, like I mentioned, it's pretty cool. It makes me excited. Our metrics have great systems under them where we can break them down, see different elements, cut them different ways. And so, yes, we do have the ability on this metric and others to see the different geographic regional results, which is really important because we know there's different conditions, right, in different regions that require different types of actions. So yes, that visibility is there.
Okay, maybe I'll just go ahead and continue with my question. I was just going to mention on this one slide that I think it was a previous workshop where utilities, we had a discussion about the frequency of when a line remains energized after it comes down. And there was a report from years ago, PG&E had it. I think, I'm just trying to recall the best I can, but I think PG&E had some statistics where it was maybe 30 some odd % of the time the lines remain energized after they came down, which was, my impression was higher than maybe typical with other utilities. So I just bring this up because it seems like whether a line remains energized or not, whether it trips, might be more of a useful metric rather than just the wire coming down. Not just the wire coming down, I should say that's an important metric as well. But I think that all of those metrics, the more metrics, the better. But I just wanted to highlight that with that one. And then if I could jump over to another one of the metrics here, electric emergency response, which I think is number 11, or slide 11.
Yeah, that's right. It's the next one, Shayla.
Okay, and this one is where PG&E is only proposing to keep track in this reporting framework here of whether it exceeds 60 minutes or not. It's not going to do a more granular reporting in terms of, the first 5 minutes, the first 10 minutes, the first 15 minutes, which I think is what PG&E and other utilities report for gas emergency response for General Order 112F. But this one is simply going to be, is it under 60 minutes or is it over 60 minutes? Is that what this metric is about?
Yes, it is. And we have the information, though, again, against different time intervals, but this is the kind of main one that we use with the industry for benchmarking. So this is kind of our key top one, but we have all of that additional information. We have a lot of data visibility and a lot of performance visibility, and maybe kind of pulling the thread on this theme a little bit of, can you cut it this way? Can you cut it that way? Can you see this information and it be available? I'm I'm very, like, I hope, you know, we want to see that information, and we, in many cases, if not all cases, do have a lot of granular visibility that we use on our end. For the purposes, though, I just want to bring us back to enhanced enforcement. You know, those type of granularities would not be appropriate for the purpose of a metric to serve as an indicator of an organizational failure to bring in that warrants additional regulatory intervention. So I'm just trying to separate the topics here. I think the way I see it playing out, if I may kind of speculate, is that if these key top metrics were to signal the tripping of or triggering event, then we go into the process where we need to self-report, submit a root cause, corrective action plan, et cetera, in which case we'd be bringing all of this information that you guys are bringing up, which are really good, valuable pieces of information, into the picture to understand what happened and making that available and, you know, visible to everyone. So it kind of comes with that narrative of when we, you know, have that scenario. So I want to give confidence to you all that all of these things are certainly there and very useful and very valuable. Just not to be confused with, again, what that metric on the scorecard is for enhanced enforcement. We would not advocate, again, to really kind of stack on, if you will, for the purpose, under the purpose of enhanced enforcement. But that's not to say they aren't valuable and they wouldn't be relevant to the activity.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. I guess, and if there's going to be an opportunity at some later point in time to have a deeper discussion about that, I mean, I'm very sensitive to what you and Commissioner Rushton said earlier about not managing to the metric. And then this would be one that would be, I think you mentioned this would be one of the core ones because it's part of the enforcement paradigm. So I guess I would, that might be, I would welcome any opportunity to have a deeper discussion on that. And I want to just touch on one last metric.
Chris, we need to take a 45-minute lunch break. We can come back to this afterwards. And in fact, why don't we postpone additional questions for PG&E and allow SCE and SEMPRA to do their portions of the presentations, and then we'll revert back to questions and answers on PG&E's presentation after at the Q&A session in the afternoon.
I also want to chime in and say I can't see all of the chat right now since my screen is shared, but if anyone's having IT issues, Steve and I can stay on for like maybe 5-10 minutes into lunch to try to troubleshoot and work those out. I'll put that out there.
Okay, let's take a 45-minute lunch break. Let's come back here at 12:45. Hey, Shayla, if I hit the record button again, is it going to pause it or are you going to stop it altogether?
I think it's going to stop it altogether.
So I should not touch the button. Okay.
Yeah, just leave it.
If Diane is still on, I just sent you a link. If you can try to log back into the workshop, and that way we can reset your audio.
Is Sarah Thomas online still as an attendee?
I don't see her name.
All right. I got some chat from her saying non-participants can't see the recent questions in the chat. So Steve, since you're host, can you go under participants, please? And then go down to privileges and hit attendees.
participants.
And then,
Let's see, where do you, okay, on the top ribbon, upper tab, where you want me to go?
go to participant and then go down. I think it is assign privileges or privileges. And then it will give you an arrow shooting out and it'll either go panelists or attendees.
So which one do you want to choose, attendees or panelists?
Pardon?
Which one do you want me to choose, panelists or attendees?
Attendees, please.
Okay, I have the attendee privileges box open.
Okay. What does it say under communications, that column? Are they allowed to see the chat?
Private chat with host, presenter, panelists, all attendees, all checked.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what Sarah Thomas is saying then.
I'm going to make you, Shayla, I'm going to make you host for now. I'm going to transfer that function to you so you can see it.
Thank you. I think I'm getting a little confused because I don't know if you could see in the chat box, but it says I'm getting a message from S. Thomas privately, but I think it's supposed to be going to Diane, and I think I could see people's chat conversations. And so that's why I'm getting a little bit confused in the chat. Oh, I see Robert. Robert Howell is not able to see chats. Okay, so it might be, Robert, it might be an issue of when people are sending in chats, they might just say only to panelists or to a specific, maybe to Steve or me who are presenting. And so I think then when Steve, because we just checked the settings right now, but you're able to chat, right, Robert? So I think we looked at the privileges on attendees and they are able to have all access to chat. I think the issue is if people are sending chats, they aren't sending it to the whole group. So if they have questions, they are only sending them to either the panelists or to the host. So Robert, if you can try to send a chat to everyone, could you see if you're able to do that, please?
I'm going to step away for a few minutes, Shayla.
Okay. Rob, oh, here, I'm going to. Hi, Robert. I promoted you to panelist so you're able to turn your mic on. And thank you, Ken, for responding to my message that everyone can see this message. Robert, you're able to speak and have control of your mic if you want to hash out any IT issues.
Hi there, Shayla.
Hi, Robert. I just unmuted you. You're saying there, could you see the message that I just sent to everyone?
Yeah, I saw your message. Can everyone see this message? So I guess it would be to test if anyone saw my message. But I think you're probably correct is that they may be clicked on all panelists versus all attendees.
Okay, yeah, I think that is the issue. So then when Steve comes back, I'll make sure to say if there's any questions related to the part, like non-IT related questions, if they could put it to everyone. Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, and then just an FYI, so if you message me while I'm in presentation mode, I don't see them as much. I'm kind of having difficulty in viewing it. So you could direct message Arnold Stone, and I'm going to tell Steve when he gets back to make that announcement for everyone, because I think I got a couple.
Great, excellent. Thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you.
Shayla, this is Chris Vias with SCE. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Shayla, this is Chris Vias. Todd Gallagher to a panelist.
Okay, I just did. He should have panelist capabilities now. Todd, can you test your mic?
Can you hear me now? This is Todd.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Shayla.
Yes.
I'm back. So could you please transfer the host privilege to me, please?
Yes, I can. Gladly. There you go. Do you have it? Yep.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you.
All right, and I think before you start, Steve, if you can note that there's a couple of complaints about people not being able to see chat, that if people have a question, they should hit the drop down to everyone so everyone can see their question. That's not IT or process related about the workshop. And then also if people are
Wait.
sending direct.
Shayla, I didn't understand. So if, okay, they can't see the chat, and what's the solution again?
Well, they're saying they can't see the chat questions because some people will mention questions from the chat, and it's because people who are asking the questions are not using the drop down.
Oh, I see. Okay, I understand you now. Okay.
Yes,
So
and then
what they
also,
what they should be choosing when they send the chat is to what are the options, to attendees or to everyone?
everyone, unless it is an IT related issue or an issue that isn't related to the presentation. Also, the last thing is that if they send messages privately to the host and presenter, which are me and you, we may not see it because you're moderating and my screen is shared. So they should send it to either all panelists, or they could send it to Arnold Sung directly. So he's also helping with the backside and logistics of it. So if they don't get a quick answer from us, they'll probably get a quicker answer from him.
All right, this 12:45. Let's resume the workshop. Let's see. Before during the break, my co-host mentioned to me that she received complaint from some attendees that their chats were not visible by everyone. So the solution to that is when you send a chat message, hit the scroll button when you send to, and send it to everyone instead of just to all attendees or host and presenter. If you send it to the host and presenter, we may not be able to see your private message because we're busy monitoring other activities during the workshop. So if you want to catch our attention, probably you should send it to all panelists or to everyone. So with that in mind, I would like to move this phase of the workshop back to its original schedule, which is to have the SCE and SAMPRA to give their presentations on their perspectives on PG&E's SOMS proposal. So the first up is SCE. And
thank you, Steve. Good afternoon.
Yeah, representing SCE is Chris Villas. So.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it very much. And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time, not only in today's workshop, but throughout the proceedings so far. As we've said, SCE really appreciates this dialogue and the constructive debate, and we look forward to much more as this proceeding continues. I'm Chris Villas, as Steve said. I'm with Southern California Edison, and I'm going to focus in my slides basically drawing some broader themes from the written comments that SCE provided. And we'll focus on the question that was asked by the commission as to the proposal by PG&E, and then we will offer for consideration two topics that in some sense have been already touched upon in the discussion so far. And then obviously throughout, I will try to pause after each slide if there are questions or if there's comments. I'll try to also speak slowly and clearly because I know that different participants have been saying there have been some audio challenges during the morning. Shayla, may we have the next slide, please? So as an introduction, as was said this morning, the question that was asked was that, can you please address the proposed SOMs and specify in context, if any, that might be suitable to apply more broadly to electric or gas IOUs? We did address this in some detail in our written comments, and I will not be going over all the points in those comments, but obviously SCE is available if any party wishes to discuss those comments with us in whatever forum of their choosing. Next slide, please. A couple. It's not to SCE, there is no evidentiary or other basis for taking the PG&E enhanced oversight and enforcement process and applying it in any the commission decision, which was the decision that analyzed and eventually approved the plan of reorganization for PG&E in connection with PG&E's bankruptcy. That decision expressly and specifically stated that this process was being implemented solely because of concerns that were with regard to PG&E, and they used the word solely because of. We'd also, without going into detail, would touch on that any consideration of this would also need to take into account that whatever financial and funding repercussions there might be, if outside of PG&E. However, I want to note that as we have said kind of thematically throughout this proceeding, we really appreciate and welcome the discussion. And here, SCE would very much welcome discussion within the context of the Safety Performance Metrics Report, or SPM. We'd welcome a discussion regarding adding or removing or even modifying the current list of metrics that are included in that SPMR. And the discussion, we give at the bottom of this slide a short and non-exhaustive list. We could examine the current list of safety performance metrics, of course, the specific SOMs proposed by PG&E, any other metrics proposed by commission staff and interveners in the earlier course of this OIR or during any such discussion session. And even if there is a possibility of clarification of what intended use the commission may have for electric overhead conductor metrics. As we briefly mentioned in our comments, the commission indicated that there may be some use made of it that may have a touch point with the efforts here, and we would just appreciate in a discussion better understanding that, as I'm sure other parties may. May we have the next slide, please? The first additional topic we'd like to just provide for parties' consideration, and again, we did address this in detail in our comments, is in the setting of metric targets, any such consideration has to take into account that there can be serious negative ramifications for setting targets for certain safety metrics. Those targets may inadvertently lead to implicit pressure to meet those targets. And no matter how concerted the efforts are by management, may feel some pressure or incentive to potential, for example, in order to sort of keep meeting the target, so to speak. And again, that can be despite management's communications and efforts to prevent that. Also, as was noted by SCE and by PG&E, the utilities have different starting positions. We also have different business lines. For example, SCE is an electric only, with the exception of a small gas component on Catalina. And we have divergent circumstances that we face ourselves. For example, PG&E, emerging from bankruptcy, is in a far different position than SCE. As a result, apples to apples comparisons are very challenging, and we have to be careful that we don't try to rely on them in a manner that gives a distorted picture of what are relative performance gains or regressions, for that matter. And if there, in the discussion of any setting of targets, in the discussion, the topic would also have to be included of what would be the incremental costs of adding such, and what would be the appropriate pathway to make sure the utility gets full and timely recovery of all reasonable costs associated with meeting that target. Next slide, please. And then as a last topic for consideration, and I would say broadly speaking, this is a timing item. It is a topic of how much of a longitudinal study do you need to make? How much information is appropriate before one starts to either modify or add metrics? And the idea is you have to have and what can be improved upon. SPMR, there has, as of yet, been no opportunity to measure over an appropriate longitudinal time and based on a sturdy and full foundation of data so that informed decisions can be made on whether changes are warranted. And again, having an established baseline set of metrics, keeping them in place for a reasonable period of time so that data can be developed, that really is to SE what appears to be in order to accurately and productively track progress over time. So the idea here is to not have things be a moving target where continually we are examining, should we add, should we change, when we have not yet established necessarily a full and proper baseline from which to judge, should we add or should we change. I very much look forward to the opportunity to engage in further discussions and collaborations. Workshops, exchanges of written comments, to have the entire conversation with the stakeholders here. So thank you very much. And again, Steve and Shayla, thank you for hosting this and for your efforts in coordinating it.
Thank you, Chris. So are there any questions for Chris?
I'd like to ask a question. This is ALJ Fogel. Chris, could you give us an example of an incremental cost that is incurred to meet targets? I mean, isn't there a little bit something, I'm just wondering if we have the metrics, there's a general guidance existing to the utilities already to provide the best performances possible against these metrics, these are safety metrics. So I'm wondering if you could give an example of incremental costs that could be incurred to meet a target.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Chris, you have a very severe connection.
And then a target here. Yes. Okay. Let me see if I can fix that.
Yeah, your audio is chopping in and out. It may be a connection or bandwidth issue. Maybe if you temporarily disable the video, it may help to improve the audio.
Your Honor and Steve, can you hear me better now?
Seems to be a lot better, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll try and briefly address your question in light of the sound cutting in and out. And, you know, an example would be, as I mentioned, the utilities are at different places. So let's say a universal target is set at a certain place. In order for a utility to meet that target, they would have to proceed faster in a set of work than they currently were authorized in their applicable GRC. And then there would be an incremental cost because what was authorized was at a pace of work in order to meet that target. And then with the target having been set, whether it's a faster relative pace than what the utility was authorized for, or a faster absolute endpoint of work, that would be an example of an incremental cost.
Thank you. So it seems primarily a concern if there's a universal target that would be considered.
Yes, or if it's a relative target that, again, forces a pace or scope of work and effort that is greater than what was authorized in the applicable general rate case. I do, Your Honor, and also I don't mean that to be an exhaustive listing of what any such incremental costs are. I wanted to answer your question, but I know that there will be other nuances here that in a fuller discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chris, hi, this is Simi. I'm an advisor, as I said, in Commissioner Shaffin's office. So just one follow-up question. I think I heard you say that you'd prefer that we not establish targets for safety metrics because that would lead to potentially this problem managing to the metric. Did you intend to make that distinction between safety and operational metrics? Do you think we might, reasonably establish targets for operational metrics and make a distinction for safety metrics?
Thank you for your question. I'm going to ask my colleague, Todd Gallagher, to explain or answer that question. I would just note as a preliminary thing, we would have to be careful in setting any targets, and that should be the product of good discussion and collaboration. I'm asking Todd if he has anything to add. I would appreciate it. Todd is also a panelist.
Yeah, so setting some goals for safety metrics, amongst the different utilities, they may be at different places. And as Chris mentioned, you may, change the pace of work on one area that's already a focus and has already been approved by, changing some of those, by having universal goals. And again, we all start at different places because we have, perhaps different work backgrounds and types of customers in that. So, I think you'd want to look at each of those and not try to make a universal goal.
Got it. Okay, but just to clarify, you're not suggesting we make a distinction between targets for operation and safety metrics. Your point is more general and applicable to all types of metrics.
Yes, and I'm not as versed in the operational metrics that you're perhaps talking. I'm more versed in the safety ones.
Thank you.
Yes, our point was generally to safety metrics themselves and presumably operational metrics that would examine target set because of so it would be a context. Thank you. That's a great question.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Chris? For SCE?
And just want to add, SCE will be there for the more general Q&A. So if there are other questions that come up, we'll be participating in whatever time is there for the more general Q&A session.
Okay, I don't see any questions for SCE. So thank you, Chris, for your presentation. Let's move on to SEMPRA. Rick Haynes, representing SEMPRA.
Hi, thanks, Steve, and we appreciate the opportunity to talk about the metrics that were proposed by PG&E and their response to the ruling. One thing that I do want to also state, and it kind of piggybacks off of what Chris mentioned, and that is, to a larger extent, I think discussing any metrics would probably be best served within the context of the safety performance metrics reporting and the decision that's under. So I just kind of wanted to put that out and say I totally agree with Chris that that's probably the best area to discuss that. If you could go to the next slide. And then here's just kind of some of the things that we wanted to highlight and talk about. I think some of them actually were brought up in the discussion on some of the individual metrics that we were going through as Hannah presented them, and some of the interveners may have brought up questions too. So that's basically what I'd like to kind of focus on here. Could you go to the next slide, Shayla? So when we took a look through the PG&E's response, we just wanted to give our perspective on some of those SOMs. And we noticed that there were a number of the safety and operational metrics that, again, were already being reported on within the current safety performance metrics report. And we noted that there's about 6 out of the 12 metrics that they listed were already being captured in that. And so kind of to one of the bullets here as well, we didn't think that we wanted an effort to go through or go by where it causes some duplicative or potentially inconsistent reporting requirements. As you can see kind of in that third bullet there, we already do report on, fire ignitions according to decision 14-02-015, and certainly was brought up before regarding the gas response reporting, and then the overpressurization events. Those are already being reported on to a certain degree within the GO 112F requirements. And one of the things that we noticed too with regards to the 6 to the 12, and there'll be a slide on this right after that, and that is, while we noticed some of the metrics seem very similar to the safety performance metrics report that we're currently annually filing, there are some slight differences and some nuances in the definitions that we noted within those presented by PG&E. And then to the middle there, just some of these, the metrics that were proposed, and I think this also came up during our discussion earlier, the detail in definitions where there may be some weaknesses there. And that's like an unclear definition of what a credible potential is on SIF reporting. Also, it can be very highly subjective. So what Edison or PG&E or SoCalGas or SDG&E, we all may have differing opinions or definitions of what a credible potential is on some of those. So if you could go to the next slide, Shayla. And so what this slide just highlights is those 6 of the 12 that I mentioned earlier. These are some of those metrics that we wanted to point out some of the various issues and differences. Again, with the SIFs, the actual SIF reporting, we're already reporting on them separately within the safety performance metrics report regarding both employee and contractors SIFs. And then within the definition that we saw within PG&E's proposal, life-altering and life-threatening, we have to make sure that we're consistent in our definitions. And I think it was Hannah that mentioned they looked at their metrics and they wanted them to be tight. And this goes to that tightness. If there's going to be any kind of benchmarking or comparability between utilities, we want to make sure that we're all defining things in the same way and that we're consistent in those definitions. Just kind of moving on, another one was the gas dig-in rate, which is already being reported within the SPMR, although I believe in PG&E's definition, they were saying report on all dig-ins. And as we know, the current SPMR reporting is basically those on just the third-party dig-ins. Gas emergency response. This gets to, are we all doing it consistently and with the same sources of beginning points, if you will, start times? The metrics in regards to 911 calls, well, is that from the time each utility receives that 911 call? Or is it from the time that 911 call gets dispatched and shows up on site? So again, it kind of gets to, are we defining things in the same way, and do we all have the same understanding as to the components of those metrics? Fire ignitions, that's basically the same as the SPMR. T&D wire downs, again, looking at some of the verbiage there. Again, always getting back to consistency and understanding that we're all on the same page, what defines normally energized. And then kind of getting to, I think, a point that was brought up before on the public SIF, and that is, raw numbers are one thing, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a comparable figure or number, if you will, when you've got one service territory extremely larger than another, and one service territory having more miles of conductor versus another, and pipeline and so on. And then certainly the electric emergency response, currently that's basically the same definition within the SPMR, so we're already reporting on it. So again, that would be their duplicative type of report. If you could just go on to, hang on. Yeah, I think that's it. And then we have an appendix there where we went through all of, if you could go to the appendix, Shayla. We just kind of put together a list given all of the metrics that were proposed in PG&E's response. Just kind of put some notes along each metric as to what we looked at. Again, some of them are repeating some of the items in a previous slide, but again, looking to other things like SAIDI, it's already included in the electric system reliability report. So again, the emphasis being, there's a lot of duplicative and reporting already, and whether we need to create more reporting when a lot of these metrics are already being reported on. So that's it for us. If you have any questions.
This is Steve Hain. Oh, go ahead, Simi. You can go ahead first. Is it Simi, or is it Simi or someone else?
I think it may have been me, Steve. Or,
oh, okay. Go ahead.
Anyways, I'm speaking now. So, hi, Rick. This is R.J. Fogel. Just on this chart here, the same definition as PMR, does that mean, just explain again what that means? Does that mean that PG&E's proposal was defined the same as SPMR, but that it should be defined as the same?
Oh, that it was already, Your Honor, it was already defined in the same way that the SPMR defines the metric.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just want to point out that there is that challenge of having consistency of definitions among the utilities. In order for these metrics to be useful, there has to be some calibration and uniform definition of what those metrics mean. For example, on the gas emergency response metric, SEMPRA in its SPMR and PG&E in its SPMR seem to define that metric differently. In SEMPRA's case, SEMPRA includes, or at least based on what I can see, it seems to include both dig-in incidents where someone digs in and SEMPRA has to send a crew out right away to shut off the gas, versus a customer calling in, I smell a strong leak, can you please come out? And that may not be as urgent in many cases, and the response time between the two, it's a bimodal statistics. In the first case where there's a dig-in or a car hitting a gas pipe or an airplane hitting a gas pipe, those things can tend to be addressed very promptly, and the response time is much quicker than a customer calling in to report a strong smell of a potential gas leak. And so there may be a need to bifurcate this metric into those two different types of responses. Otherwise, it's a bimodal statistic that could make the metrics somewhat meaningless when you combine them.
Yeah, I see your point, Steve. Yeah, I mean, and that's something I think then that should be brought out, through maybe a technical working group and discuss whether there's whether it makes sense to bifurcate, if you will, that type of metric, or to ensure that we've got a consistent definition as to what are we including in this.
Do the panelists and attendees have questions for SEMPRA? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Rick, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks.
So the next item is let me look at the agenda again. So next up is a turn, or should we take, we already took a lunch break, so we're not gonna have another break. So let's move on to turn and have turn make its presentation on Turn's perspectives and feedback on PG&E's proposed SOMs.
Hi, everyone. Steve, thank you for the opportunity to present, and Shayla as well. I think I didn't want to take too much time up today. Our comments have a lot more of the detailed feedback that we have on specific metrics. I did want to highlight a couple of things. The first is, I think that there's two important questions to ask, and I don't know that they, the answer isn't necessarily the same, nor can they be answered at the same time. And that is, are these the proper safety and operational metrics for PG&E's enhanced oversight process? And then are these, should these metrics be applied to the other utilities, and in what context? And for TURN, at least, I think our priority at this time is, are these the correct metrics, safety and operational metrics, to have identifying the triggers for the PG&E enhanced enforcement process that was developed in the bankruptcy proceeding. And so in our view, we should be looking at the metrics first in that framework of, are these capturing the requirements of that process and triggering the behavior that we want out of that process? And once that primary step is done, we can move on and look at how these safety and operational metrics could be used across the utilities moving forward, and how that interacts with the other metrics that are currently in place, at the metrics and tracking that are currently in place at the CPUC. I think we want to make sure that all of the metrics that are adopted for the EOE, and then also generally at the Commission, are objective, output-based, and auditable. That allows you to avoid manipulation of the metrics and hopefully protect against managing towards the metric, as has been discussed before. Additionally, we want to make sure that the SOMs present a comprehensive look at PG&E's operations and safety. And so, I appreciated hearing the thoughts that PG&E has about making sure it's balanced between the gas side and the electric side. I don't know from my perspective whether it's necessary to have SOMs that exactly reflect an equal balance between the two, or an equal balance between the different lines of businesses, or if it's more important to have metrics that may look on their face lopsided, but truly provide a better comprehensive view of the different safety and operational issues that we're hoping to process. That said, I think we're worried that there are some metrics that are missing. There's been discussion of the overlap with the wildfire mitigation plan. Our comments go into this, but I understand the overlap between the two, but I think that given the movement of the Wildfire Safety Division to another agency, it is really important for the Commission to identify what its goals are via these metrics, because they will have more control over these metrics moving forward than they may others. And so there will be the memorandum of understanding put in place, and I am hopeful that that will handle all issues and everything will be smooth. But I think that there's some value in identifying whether there's certain wildfire metrics that the Commission wants to adopt otherwise. I think it's really important to figure out a way to reflect public safety and deaths and public serious injuries within the metrics. While I agree that there is, if another Camp Fire-like situation occurred, that the Commission would have tools at their disposal to act on that. I think given the intent of these metrics to reflect the full gamut of safety issues, it's really important to have that reflected in the actual individual metrics. I went through some of my questions earlier, and I would say my other thing that I wanted to talk about was process. TURN has been somewhat of a broken record on how difficult it is to come up with good metrics, and how important it is to make sure that you are taking the time and effort needed to make sure that you're getting them right. That said, in order to balance these different competing incentives, we think that it's important to set metrics and have a conversation about triggers and targets at the same time. So again, you're getting that comprehensive look at how all of the metrics work together. Also, we would hope to have a process that involves working groups, conversations, discovery. But I want to make sure that we prioritize the outcome of the process rather than hitting any particular deadline, because I think the most important thing is to have metrics that incentivize the correct work and incentivize that the correct work is done correctly, rather than hitting a specific deadline. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but those are sort of our initial thoughts based on the review of the SOMs that was provided by PG&E. Anyone?
Yeah. Does anyone have a question for Katie, representing TURN?
This is Judge Fogel. I'll go ahead and ask a question. Hi, Katie and other participants. Regarding the process question, could you, I was just trying to look back on what we had said. I know we would like to move fairly quickly on these SOMs. I think there's a broader context for PG&E that's driving that. Could you tell us your perspective on, a timeline that TURN might propose would be workable? I believe we've also envisioned setting the targets as a separate activity. So maybe you could just go a little bit more in depth in your thinking. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. Sorry to jump on the end of your sentence there. Regarding the timeline for adopting these, I agree that getting them in place for PG&E as quickly as possible is very important, but we wouldn't want to sacrifice the deliberative process for that. And I know that I wrote my comments, reflecting partially on my resource constraints and TURN's resource constraints, but we're coming up on a time frame that we have the other work for the SMAP tracks happening at this time, the technical working groups for other track 1 issues, plus the wildfire mitigation plan review process is going to start next week. And I would imagine that for others, based on who's on these calls, there's significant overlap for them as well. And so I just want to make sure that there's time to do all of it. And I think, I wasn't saying necessarily that this should go all year, but I think into May or early summer, just to give a little bit of extra time and breathing room, given these other also very important tasks that are going on. Then the second part of your question was triggers at the same time. So we provide the example, based on what we proposed, which would be that there's not just the ignitions, reportable ignitions metric, but there's also a metric for outage minutes of PSPS. And those two metrics sort of are very interrelated in that each one, has a big impact on the other. And so when you're setting the targets, you want to make sure that the targets are set and the triggers are set kind of in concert, that you're not accidentally incentivizing use of one over the other. I don't know that we have to necessarily set the targets at the exact same time as we're determining what those metrics are, but it is important to keep the targets and triggers generally in mind as you're developing what the metrics are, so that you are aware and noting and spotting any of these places where there's going to be an interplay between a couple of metrics, and making it really important to make sure that they're not working against one another.
Got it. Great. I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, this is Ben from Safety Policy Division again. I was wondering, I think a lot of folks in Safety Policy Division agreed with your comments about having some kind of reflection of public impacts in these SOMs. And then we heard PG&E say that, Hannah from PG&E say that, a lot of those things are out of their control, and they gave the example of the, hitting the pole. And then I was further thinking about it, and I was thinking they don't have control over bad local planning. They don't have control of lack of egress forests drying out and poor forest management and all those kind of things. So I kind of sympathize with that perspective. There are some things out of their control. I was wondering if you're thinking, if not public SIFs, are there other things, or is there some calibration you have in mind that would maybe be a better, I'm realizing you're just off the top of your head, but some kind of reaction to what PG&E said?
I think my first reaction is I think that there's ways, I think there's ways to control for some of the third party potential interference with this. I guess I think there is a difference between someone losing control of their car and running into a pole than the city planning egress issue. And I can't think of other metrics off the top of my head. I will think about it and can follow up with you. But I think that, to the extent that we're going to have other metrics that are things like potential SIFs, you have to come up with ways that if they're not 100% objective and auditable, that you have rules and, structure to the metrics and how they're counted. And this is a place where, I would want to go back to my colleagues and revisit some of our comments that we've done before, because I know we've talked about this issue. But I think that there's probably answers to how you can manage for that.
Thanks.
If not better metrics. I mean, that may be the other thing. This is why one of the questions that I already posed to PG&E, or said I was going to pose to PG&E, is getting a really full list of all the metrics that they already capture across all of these different processes, because perhaps as we sit down and look at that list, we can determine that because of the potential difficulties of getting all of the, getting a fully objective metric on one issue, we can use a different metric instead.
Thanks.
Hey, this is Steve Hain. As you saw on the schedule, the second slide I presented in the morning, SPD staff is expected to present a staff proposal on what SOMs the commission should adopt. And in your comments, in your written comments, you also stated that the development of the metrics is a long process. It takes a lot of time to properly vet those metrics to come to some kind of agreement to the maximum extent possible. Do you think that the March deadline for the staff proposal is going to be problematic for Turn? So the way I envision it is there will be probably several technical working group meetings to discuss in much greater detail what PG&E proposed, and also to possibly discuss what other parties may want to propose. So it's a very compressed deadline. And do you think that it could be problematic for a Turn? And other parties can also chime in, not just Turn.
I think that I've been trained to always say, no, it's no problem, I can make it work. But I want to be honest and say that I think that it is when I looked at it again, I think it is a difficult schedule. And I don't think I had fully internalized the difficulty of the schedule when I got the original ruling in November, because in the interim, other things have taken place. Also have started to gear up. And so I think, like I said before, I think it is a process that would benefit from ensuring that the right people can be on the calls and can be providing comments throughout the process. And at least from Turn's perspective, I'll be involved in the other parts of the SMAP, but then also in the wildfire mitigation plan. And those are also very compressed schedules.
Steve, this is Joseph Mitchell. I'd like to concur with Katie on that. The WMP schedule is shortened to this year. And so February and most of March are going to be highly taken up by the WMPs.
Okay, this is something we'll have to take into consideration, and we'll have to discuss internally between me and my supervisor and the decision makers on our side to see whether or not we may or may not be able to accommodate the interveners and parties' wishes to, if needed, to alter the schedule. But right now, there are two components to this work product. One is the safety performance metrics that the technical working group discussed back in 2019. And there is a staff proposal that will be prepared by me to basically summarize and have me play the role of a referee to select from those metrics that were proposed by the technical working group participants back in 2019 and introduce those into this proceeding, the SNAP OIR proceeding. And then there's another component, which is the SOMs. And those two, they're like a big circle. They are partially overlapping, but not necessarily, one does not necessarily belong to another. So they're partially overlapping, two overlapping circles. So it's a complication that that may need a lot of thinking to resolve. And so it's a discussion that I would have to hold internally with the decision makers on my management. And but if you can inject any thoughts into this discussion, I would certainly welcome it at this time.
Steve, I just wanted to say I agree with you. I think one of the difficulties is that there are two slightly different things happening here. And from Turn's perspective, I think the question to prioritize, because of the fact that we have the safety and performance metrics in place already, the question to prioritize is, and this is in my view, I won't say that I'm speaking on behalf of my organization, but the piece that we don't have is what the correct EOEs for PG&E are. So prioritizing, identifying that part of it as the first goal and then looking beyond strikes me as one way to kind of separate out the issues.
So in your view, which should come as higher priority?
The PG&E SOMs, identifying which ones are the PG&E SOMs and the PG&E triggers.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, Kate, this is Judge Fogel again. You mean the targets?
Yes, I'm sorry. The targets that if they it would act as triggers in the EOA. But yes,
exactly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions for Turn? For those of you who are attendees, if you have a question, the best way to do it is to send your question to the chat box and send it to everyone. So I'll give you a few more seconds to see if you have any questions. Okay, it doesn't seem to be There doesn't seem to be any questions from anyone else. So thank you, Katie, for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for including time for us on the agenda.
Okay, let's move on to LPA's presentation. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity to provide initial thoughts into this at this workshop. Can we go on to the next slide? So this was just to give a little context for our understanding of how we got to where we are today. So as a background, because some folks may not be familiar with some of the other aspects of this proceeding, but there was a SMAP proceeding. And in that decision, it defined 26 safety performance metrics that folks have been referring to during the course of this workshop. Then there's also the PG&E bankruptcy proceeding decision, which adopted an enhanced oversight and enforcement process, which specified safety and operational metrics, which I think has been discussed as being somewhat similar, overlapping, maybe a subset, maybe a superset of some of the things that have come from the safety performance metrics. And there will be another slide that will just touch upon that. And now we have this rulemaking and then this new schedule. And then PG&E submitted the proposed metrics, which we received. And so we'll just touch upon, I'll just touch upon that and then give a brief little suggestion on some additional metrics that Cal Advocates proposes. So if we can move on to the, well, before we move on to the next slide, I'll go back to this one, thank you. Of those 26 safety performance metrics, one thing I would highlight is that those are predominantly what have been labeled as lagging indicator metrics. 7 of them were indicated as leading metrics. And I just wanted to highlight that actually, if you look at, if you were to categorize those 26 metrics as electric, gas, public employee, contractor safety, there's even a motor vehicle subject matter in those. There are actually none that were labeled as leading metrics, leading indicator metrics for electric. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that as we get into the further discussion about these metrics. So if we go on to the next slide. Now this all has to do with the PG&E bankruptcy or reorganization decision in which it specified the safety and operational metrics. The enhanced oversight and enforcement process, I guess I've heard folks refer to it as EOEP, but that has these attributes to it. So for folks who were in the SMAP before, like some of us were, that talked about metrics. They may not be familiar with the bankruptcy, but I just wanted to highlight that the metrics in this new SMAP OIR risk framework proceeding will now encompass this. And so that puts a lot more of a focus on metrics that are now labeled as safety and operational. And just the next slide, please. So this just kind of graphically shows that it is a step process. It's not like there's one cliff in terms of, okay, if there's something that isn't achieved, then this process of enforcement is now at a different level, because you can see if it goes all the way to the full step 6, it actually develops into a review of the utility CPCN. But there's a number of steps involved here. Some of these are triggered by the safety and operational metrics performance. Some of these are triggered by other drivers. But there's this process where it's a step process of enforcement and oversight, newly adopted after the reorganization. And there's a method where steps can move forward and they can move backward. So it's not like there's like a sudden change that cannot be reviewed and then addressed. So I just wanted to highlight that in context of what's been discussed today. Even if the metrics that are adopted here if there is something that comes out of them, it's only a trigger. It's a trigger that comes into this process. So I just wanted to highlight that one note. If we can move on to the next slide. And so there's been a lot of discussion, I think, just before this session that we have, Cal Advocates, about the schedule. We agree that there's a lot of work that would be helpful, to inform, I believe, the current schedule in which SPD will be issuing recommended metrics, SOM metrics, at the conclusion of taking input from the different interveners and utilities and in this proceeding. We believe that the current schedule is tight. It doesn't allow for a full evaluation of the proposed metrics. We just received the proposed metrics a little over a week ago. There's a lot of good material in here. We believe that additional time to be able to comment on those would be invaluable, to then provide additional input that the commission could then consider in its development of its own recommended metrics. So we just want to highlight that. We agree with what's been discussed before. One of the things that I wanted to highlight here was that in the SMAP before, it was safety metrics, safety performance metrics. These are specifically labeled safety and operational metrics. This provides an opportunity to look at more leading indicator metrics, which would then be useful in determining the path that utilities may be doing, that they may be on. So it wouldn't necessarily need to get to triggering of lagging metrics, but be able to uncover issues or concerns or opportunities for improvement early on in the process. So that's one of the things that I think is that we wish to highlight, is that this is a real opportunity to enhance the safety and operational metrics, which preclude some of these lagging safety metrics that then are show up when performance is not adequate. So anyway, so we do recommend that we take an additional, more extensive review of these comments. And in our comments, we actually specifically requested 2 additional weeks at the conclusion of the workshop to provide additional input on these proposed metrics, and also be able to consider what's been discussed at the workshop today. Next slide, please. As an initial thought for responding to the metrics, when we look at safety and the lagging metrics that were discussed earlier, for example, contractor, employee SIFs, and then we also had a discussion about public SIFs, which we would support, that public SIFs also be included. But those are lagging metrics. A lot of the leading indicator metrics could be added to this. And we would propose, for example, backlog metrics. And just as a highlight of this, for example, most recently, this month in the WSD's January 14th letter to PG&E, they reported that, and I'll just read this off of their letter. They said, while PG&E has met the minimum statutory requirements for issuance of a safety certification, the federal monitor, which is from a separate court case, assertion that PG&E conducted vegetation management in low-risk areas to meet its 2019 plans suggests PG&E is manipulating its performance metrics. The reason I want to highlight that is because the metric selection is very important, but it's also important that we get a preliminary understanding of the direction of a utility's performance. So if vegetation management is falling behind, or if it's being managed to the metric of, for example, okay, let's take care of the easy vegetation management, then the more difficult vegetation management, which may be a higher risk. It's important that that information come before the commission, that it be part of these safety and operational metrics. That's showing how well the utility is operating. And so we would be looking to for the commission, we would support the commission's adoption of backlog metrics so that the commission has an understanding of how well is asset vegetation management doing, how well are utility inspection programs doing, maintenance programs, how well are those doing, and not wait until this flaw causes a problem. So for example, in the campfire investigation, SED found, and I'll just quote that, among other things, SED believes that the 2017 Northern California fires and the 2018 Camp Fire could have been prevented if PG&E had followed the requirements of GO 95 when inspecting its electric facilities and performing vegetation management, such as hazardous vegetation conditions and substandard facilities would have been timely detected and rectified. So I want to highlight that because this is information that if this information were available, if this were being reported as part of the safety and operational metrics, the commission would benefit from knowing that, be able to address it in this 6-step process to then preclude having some potentially catastrophic event. So anyway, and then, so we would support an opportunity to be able to provide additional suggestions for operational metrics that could then be part of this safety and operational metric suite of metrics. Another one would be corrective action metrics. There can be corrective actions that take place when a problem is uncovered. Maybe it's even with, as PG&E mentioned, they're looking to do potential SIFs. So a potential SIF might be a near miss, something that's been uncovered. Now they want to address it before it actually results in a SIF, a serious injury. So by capturing that information, the corrective actions that are being done, are they effective? Are they still showing up? That information can give good insight into these safety and operational metrics. Next slide, please. Again, another metric is PSPS metrics. I know that the bankruptcy already includes an element that has to do with PSPS protocols. What we would be looking to do would be to develop metrics because PSPS could potentially be the second largest risk that a utility incurs, second only to wildfire. And so by being able to understand the performance of PSPS at a utility, that would be, and having a focus on that in the safety and operational metrics, then that would then raise that and get more attention and be able to provide more immediate safety benefit. All of these metrics are require accountability. So there's been instances in the past where metrics have been adopted by utilities. As was stated earlier in this workshop, PG&E, for example, has a whole suite of metrics that they use. The key is, are these metrics being useful? Are they being used to prevent events? Are they being used to prevent these catastrophic performance failures? So we've had these metrics in place, but are they serving their function? Are they achieving the results that they're intended to achieve? So that would be another element that could be potentially part of this discussion about the safety and operational metrics. I believe that's it. Can the next slide, please? So thank you for this opportunity to provide some input into this workshop.
I'll go ahead and ask a question of Chris. Hi, Chris. Thank you for presenting today and for the comments, the written comments as well. I'm just curious, and I was trying to check back on your deck as well. Maybe Steve or Shayla could go back to the slide that had the corrective actions on it. So metrics should include evaluation of corrective actions, including repeat findings and corrective action effectiveness. And I think my question is what we're talking about here is metrics, not an analysis. Metrics reported by the utility, not an analysis conducted by CPUC or even an internal PG&E analysis. So is there a way, when you say include an evaluation of corrective actions, is that compatible with this being a reportable metric, or does this imply an analysis is actually needed to get at this?
So that's a good point. I would say that one way of measuring a corrective action effectiveness would be simply to use the first part of that would be repeat findings. So that's something where it can be numerical. So an example of that is a utility finds that there's been an issue somewhere. Maybe it's a failure of a piece of equipment, and then they implement a corrective action to reduce that frequency of failure or to address that issue. Now, they found that perhaps as part of an inspection or part of an audit. Now, if they've corrected it, they will then see that the repeat findings of finding that issue, finding that failure will go down because now they've addressed it at the systemic level of the root cause of that issue. So that's something where it can be a very simple numeric in terms of as a way of measuring corrective action effectiveness, but it's a simple metric. It's kind of a placeholder here in that may not be the only way of measuring corrective action effectiveness, or maybe other ways, but it can be a simple metric. I believe it can be a simple metric without going into a deep analysis, although a deep analysis in a systemic level performed by the utility would be useful, but I agree that would not necessarily fit into the analysis part of this task here.
Okay, thank you. I think those was my main metric. I think the issue when you're talking about quality of work completed as well, there is I think that's also a challenging item to identify through metrics.
Yeah.
Your example was referring more to, say, failure of PG&E to adhere to previously adopted regulations. I think it was GO 95 you mentioned. But quality of work in general can be quite difficult to measure through metric.
Yes, that is the same, very similar situation. It would have to be, and this is sort of like a proposal that this be a metric, but it would have to be put in terms of a metric that would be clear, everyone would understand. There wouldn't be any question about what that was. So for example, quality of work could also be in terms of did some objective that was measured already, was it achieved, so that it wasn't an analysis. But yes, this was just sort of as a suggestion for a metric that could capture that. But an analysis, doing an analysis where it was a detailed reporting of the quality, that would probably not suit the intent of this metric. Yes.
And I'll go ahead and ask one more question here, and then let others chime in. And I think if Katie wants to weigh in as well, or any other participant, when you and I think both and Katie were talking about the challenge of managing to the metric, it seemed as though your example, which was referring to the federal findings regarding vegetation management, that there was the concern that PG&E had undertaken the easiest veg management work first in order to meet the metric target, I guess. And so is that sort of what managing to the metric can include this idea of the metric isn't sufficiently defined, let's say, so that every every mile of veg management undertaken is deemed the same as every other mile. It doesn't differentiate it between high risk veg management, let's say, or low risk. And so that results in managing to the metric where it can be a less useful indicator. Is that kind of the is that a typical example of managing to the metric, or would there be other examples?
I would say that is one good example. And it comes up in many different situations. For example, if a utility is looking to report that it's achieved a replacement of conductors that it had previously been authorized, and it wants to get that into its next general rate case, it may go after replacing the conductors that are not necessarily the highest risk, but it manages to the metric. So I think that is an excellent example. I would add that one of that is a risk of all metrics, and I believe we submitted in our comments an example of a report from SED that talked about the risk of metrics in our comments. And I believe that one of the mitigations for that is actually to have a large suite of metrics, because then if there is one metric that is becoming askew, or it's being misused, or it's not achieving its intended objective, then having other metrics can then highlight that or bring that out, because they don't all seem to point to the same thing. So that's one of the reasons for having a larger set of metrics than a narrow set, because a narrow set is more vulnerable to an unintended consequence when someone manages to the metric.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Simi again from, sorry, did I interrupt someone else? Okay, so this is Simi again from Commissioner Schaffen's office. This is a question for all panelists who want to respond or haven't responded yet. But there was a point that PG&E made in their presentation about how wildfire risks should generally be dealt with through the wildfire mitigation plans and tracked there rather than through this mechanism and enhanced oversight. I just want to hear responses to that point, whether you agree or disagree, thoughts on that.
I'll go ahead. I believe that we believe that wildfire should be included here. It's one of the largest risks that all utilities, most utilities face. And so it would make sense that it be part of this safety and operational metric discussion in terms of evaluating not only safety and operational metrics for all utilities, but also safety and operational metrics for the enforcement process.
Thanks, and Chris, that's really helpful. And I should add, there was some rationale that Hannah presented, right, about how that would give too much weight to the electric part of the business rather than the gas part of it. There was some, there's overlap, it's already being tracked, so we don't need it here. So there was some reasons provided. So it would be helpful to hear your rationale, whatever your position is.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Katie.
I was just going to say, I think that I believe that it's important to include those separate wildfire metrics here. I didn't put this in my comments because I wanted to confirm it, but when I was reviewing the use of metrics in the wildfire mitigation plan, I didn't necessarily see thresholds there that were identified that utilities were working towards. It was more of a comparison across the different utilities. And so from my view, that there wasn't necessarily a trigger there. And someone please correct me if I'm wrong on that. So there wasn't necessarily something that the utility was missing that would then trigger the enforcement process or enhanced oversight process to be in place. So by identifying those metrics that maybe are even already being tracked, they don't necessarily need to be new elsewhere, and then identifying the thresholds that are of concern here that allows the commission to maintain their oversight over the triggers that are in place for the EOE. That was one of my big concerns, was just making sure that that is within, those are clear targets that the commission has control over.
So Simi, Joseph Mitchell here. I'd like to just add on to what Chris just said, and Katie. Proceedings that have gone forward, the recent ramp like PG&E's ramp, you're getting risk scores from wildfire that are much larger than all the other risks combined. So I think in that light, it's not inappropriate to have a higher weighting of wildfire risks in the metrics, even if you have a few more metrics for electric than gas. I don't think that's risk proportional, even though it's not an even division between the two domains.
And even I agree with Joseph. I think it's risk proportional. I think I would also add that these are numbers that are triggering the steps of the different enhanced oversight. It needs to be comprehensive and cover all of the different risks and cover it all, cover all safety, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be proportionally reflective of anything, because it's triggering, we're saying that their behavior on a certain point has been inadequate, not that the behavior as a whole. These are, my understanding at least was that these were individual, if they hit the X on any one of the individual metrics, they could potentially trigger the enhanced oversight.
Thanks, that's really helpful.
This is Tessa from PG&E, and I think it might be helpful to take a step back here. What I see on this slide really is more relevant to some of the other triggers that have already been adopted in the enhanced enforcement process. So for example, I think what, Chris, when you were talking to the progress made towards some of our programs for system hardening, enhanced vegetation management, for example, we already have a trigger for the insufficient progress to our safety and reliability programs. And so I don't think that there needs to be a separate metric that gets at this same issue for the reasons we've already talked about. Is it really a metric, or is it an assessment of the progress towards a specific activity? Secondly, related to the corrective action metrics, there is already another trigger, and it's the systemic safety issue. So if there is evidence of a systemic safety issue, something like this corrective action metric, I think would be better suited to that triggering event and doesn't need to show up in the safety and operational metrics. Similarly, I believe there was a discussion earlier on not just, the activity, was the activity performed, but, was the activity performed in the best manner? Did PG&E take into assess the risk profile, and was the most risky profile then addressed through the activities? And I believe that is already part of the wildfire mitigation plan metrics that will also be another component of the overall enhanced enforcement umbrella. And I'm going to ask maybe if Hannah has additional comments on that, because I believe that piece is already adopted as part of this process, but just separate from the SOMs.
Yes, thank you, Tessa, for kind of, pulling us back out to look at enhanced enforcement as a whole and the other triggering events that are a part of it that do cover appropriately much of what's being brought up here. I want to specifically note to Katie's comment about the WMP. I've been a contributor and author of parts of the WMP before. I'm very familiar with it, and I do know exactly what you're talking about. A lot of data is collected through it for informational purposes, not necessarily as target setting purposes, but at the same time, it is certainly probably the utmost purpose of our WMP to set out the expectations of the performance that we're going to achieve in the upcoming year and the work that we are going to complete in the upcoming year. So the WMP, from my point of view, and I think from speaking for PG&E, sets forth commitments for the upcoming year that we absolutely are accountable to achieve and can be measured against. Two of those are our progress in our enhanced veg management program and our system hardening program, both brought up here as good examples of monitoring more closely our vegetation work, and the progress on our vegetation work is the right work getting done. These metrics this year will be set up. Last year, they were a count of miles, and all of the points about what the unintended consequences of just counting miles are very, very valid and realized by PG&E. This year, we're transitioning to effectiveness metrics. So the term I had on the slide, which maybe didn't, I wasn't, you don't have the background, or you will see in the filing of the WMP. When I say system hardening effectiveness and enhanced vegetation management effectiveness, those are defined metrics that we have set forth internally. And they have been defined as a part of our incentive program. They just happen to also be in our incentive program. So that work has been done, and they'll be defined in the WMP with the expected targets. And they are set up to ensure that the right, most high risk miles are getting completed in the miles that we're committing to for the year. So the metrics are designed to address the exact issue that you're bringing up, because we agree that it's a very important one. And our interpretation of enhanced triggering event related to the WMP for enhanced enforcement is that if we don't meet that commitment set forth with those metrics, we will enter into the enhanced enforcement process. So I hope that gives folks confidence that it kind of additional context that we're seeing all the same things you're seeing, and we are committing to them as a part of the WMP and expect ourselves to be monitored against them for enhanced enforcement. Last, I just want to note the topic of balancing and weighting. I hope not to overplay that, and I hope I didn't in my comments. I'll say I'm the first, especially when I work internally with our leadership, to say that we need to focus in and target where we need to pay attention right now. It's okay to be unbalanced given the magnitude of different risks and things like that. So I agree with you. There's best practices here that can be taken from different perspectives. However, where we're going with this is that we're looking for where this is perhaps taking us is one, there are wildfire metrics in our proposed SOMs. It is not ignored, and the risk is presented there. I did not exclude any wildfire metrics for the sake of balancing. The wildfire metrics have been identified and are just being proposed to be managed through the triggering event of the WMP. And last, I will note that other supplemental wildfire metrics are typically activity-based, and we want to be outcome-based. So through our step process of applying that framework, that's what also helped us come to this conclusion that that's where they're best managed, because we want outcome-based here. And where that's going to go, and some of these suggestions are indeed activity-based, but absolutely the backlog metric or corrective action metric would be activity-based. So see the points. We still think our framework applies. And I'm glad we have the opportunity to clarify that there is a triggering event for the WMP where we will commit to these measures.
Thanks for that, Hannah. This is Judge Fogel, and I just want to make sure I heard correctly. So I was multitasking a little bit, but did I understand that you said that in the next WMP, PG&E is proposing targets associated with the wildfire metrics that you will be proposing in that?
Yes. Yep, that's my understanding. I'm not, yes, I'm not the one authoring those chapters, but I've spoken with our leadership about it. Because we went through this exact same conversation internally of, okay, what makes sense? Is it for sure covered in the WMP? We don't want to create a gap. And so, yes, I've received confirmation and worked with our lead of our wildfire program to confirm that they are laid out there.
Great. And do you know, or I think Katie wanted to say something, and so go ahead and I'll have another question.
I just wanted to highlight that initially, based on what I've just heard, I think I do have some concerns about this because that would be PG&E setting, their program targets that are bounded by doing the highest risk work. I understand that, but that hasn't necessarily gone through the GRC process of the reasonableness review of what they're proposing there. And so I very much struggle with setting a target in something that is, going to be a separate agency proceeding that hasn't gone through the CPUC review as to whether that is the correct work and the correct scope of work and the correct work done correctly. So I just wanted to flag that concern.
Okay, so the concern is partially that, for instance, PG&E could set a extremely high target that incurred unreasonable costs that were then not achieved. Okay. And just for my help, could one of you just review briefly your understanding of when the WMPs, the schedule for review and approval of those, just like basically when do we think they're going to be approved? Like,
the WMPs are being filed on February 5th, so a week from tomorrow. Stakeholder comments are due on March 17th, with utility response on March 24th. And then I want to say that the WSD approval of them is expected by May or June.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge. In terms of setting targets, what you're saying is, the implication of what you're saying, Katie, is that when this proceeding is considering targets or thresholds or triggers, we'll use them all interchangeably, that doing so in the absence of some understanding of what's been budgeted for in the GRC could raise some problems. That's the point?
I mean, I think it makes sense to me that we want a safer utility, a safe, reliable, affordable utility. That means that you have to think about those things together. And so again, this kind of goes back to my comment earlier about, this all has to be kind of, one of the things that makes this so difficult and complicated is it all has to be kind of considered cohesively, because every piece of it plays off of another piece.
And this is Tessa. I think, we share Katie's concerns, especially being compared against, something that we forecast versus what is actually authorized by the commission. And so that's why something like progress towards our utility maintenance programs, inspection programs, things like that, we think fits more neatly within that insufficient progress to safety and reliabilities programs trigger in the EOP construct rather than the metrics piece. Metrics, we should really be focusing on the outcome, not necessarily the activities. So that's the distinction we're trying to distinguish between those.
If I could follow up on that, I'm looking at the bankruptcy decision right now, and I haven't found the insufficient progress towards safety programs. I see insufficient progress towards investments, and I see insufficient progress related to other specified safety performance goals, but not to programs per se.
Okay, I apologize. Yeah, I guess I'm using the terms interchangeably. So we included in our comments a brief discussion on how we believe the investments should be measured. And so our proposal is that the programs that are authorized in our GRC or GT&S or any other applicable rate case should be the measure from which we demonstrate progress for those investments.
Okay, I do remember there was a question about that. I haven't had a chance to look at PG&E's comments yet, so thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from anyone else for CalPA on CalPA's portion of the presentation?
Steve, I think Aya would like to make some comments.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, would you like to hold off in your comments until we start the Q&A session, or do you want to do it now?
Yeah, I would like to wait till the Q&A.
Okay.
If you don't mind, Steve, I'd like to ask another question.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I was wondering, I apologize, as I didn't catch all of PG&E's presentation this morning, but I was wondering if CalPA had any response to this issue of whether backlog metrics represent activity metrics, and whether, and just if Chris, if you had any general sort of response to that concern that PG&E raised.
Sure. So, you know, I think backlog metrics are very specific. I think that they are a common safety management system metric used by industry to measure safety management system performance. What I heard earlier might have been activity. I don't know if they were meaning, for example, we've completed so many miles of such and such, we've completed so many inspections of such and such. These are more specific to this is the work that needs to be done. Is it getting behind? So is vegetation management not getting taken care of? Is, you know, like, for example, I think in the report about were there maintenance that needed to be done on transmission towers that wasn't getting done? Well, climbing transmission towers, was that not getting done? Were there defects or findings, like, for example, corrosion in C-hooks that had been identified but had not been addressed? Backlog metrics can then give an insight into these issues before they actually result in a catastrophic failure. I'm not sure exactly what they may have meant by activity. They might address it, but my first thought when I heard that was, you know, we're doing so many inspections, we're doing so many maintenance operations or something like that. Backlog is more specific to trying to uncover what's not getting done.
Thanks, and that's why I asked. I have been a little confused by that comment from PG&E. It does seem like the backlog metrics is getting at when problems have been identified, is there a backlog in addressing them? So it's a slightly different way of setting a target, I think, than some of the other metrics, even though it may be in the same area. Does PG&E want to respond to Chris at all, or should we move on?
Yes, I have an overarching comment, and then I guess I have a clarification to your statement. I perhaps have further understanding now myself as well. Oh, I'm sorry, my video is not on. There we go. Hello. First to the specific, managing backlog is an activity. Managing backlog is a process of cycle times and handoffs through different departments that, you know, perform different activities as you move something or work along. So I was assuming when we were talking about backlog, we were talking about the growth of backlog, which is a result of how the activity we're doing, it's activity based, or the cycle time of a backlog, again, activity based, it's not an outcome. So I guess if you were to put it in context of there's an issue identified, now retroactively go back and see, or maybe we start measuring how fast we're resolving that issue. To me, that's not backlog. Especially if you're talking about like work orders and things like that, that's about cycle time. Like work order backlog would be about cycle time management. If you are retroactively looking back on an issue, making sure timely resolution is a different story. So perhaps there was a little bit of a disconnect there. Regardless, it would still be an activity of managing the fix. So it's, again, not the outcome. I would say the outcome would be the larger failure happening as a result of a mismanaged backlog. But again, different perspectives, which are fair because there's lots of different ways to look at these things. I want to go back, though, to a piece of guidance that I know I was thinking about when we applied our framework, which was, and this is in the ACR, and I'm paraphrasing, but closely quoting, the problem of managing to the metric has the antidote of adopting a diverse, broad, outcome-based set of metrics rather than detailed focus metrics. I believe what's being described here falls in the detailed focus metrics category. I will say that when you go down to that level of work of managing actions and backlogs and things like that, you really do introduce a higher probability of unintended consequences. And I think that's stated here. So, coming back to managing the metric, I'm not quite sure based on this guidance that I see the anecdote here. I perhaps actually see more of an issue. And again, because you're really applying this process directly to the work, if you're really close to the work when you look at things like backlogs, and it can really start to get things out of whack. So I still see it as an activity-based, but I'm open to further discussion to kind of understand the different perspectives. I hope that helps.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's a complex topic with a lot of different understandings of terms, so that makes it especially difficult.
Anyone else have a question for Chris Part? I had a request. Joe, please go ahead.
Yes. Hey, yes. I'd like to have a couple minutes, if everyone could spare, to discuss some of the comments MGRA had on the SOMs, and to elaborate more on the wildfire metrics. May I go ahead with that?
Yeah. Why don't we take a
I think less than 5 minutes. Less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Why don't we take a 10-minute break first, and then when we come back, we'll give you the 5 minutes, and then we'll conclude that, and then move on to the general Q&A session. How's that?
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a break and come back at 2:31, 2:30. We'll start at 2:32. That way, we'll make sure that you get a complete audience, Joe. Okay, Shayla, are you back?
Yes, I am. Would you like me to share any portion of the PowerPoint? I think the Q&A. Let me see. There we go.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, thank you. Just Mitchell for Mussey Grade Road Alliance. We put in comments on the SOMs. We had specific issues with the wildfire metrics that PG&E proposed. One of the primary concerns we have is with the ignition metrics. Aside from the fact that it is driven by external drivers, so you're more likely to have ignitions under severe weather conditions than others in that other conditions, and that isn't necessarily indicative of whether PG&E is managing its infrastructure properly. I think more dangerous is the fact that managing to the metric with ignitions is going to create a perverse incentive to have lower power shutoff thresholds. In the absence of a feedback mechanism on power shutoff threshold, we think that's dangerous, and we don't think that would be an appropriate triggering mechanism at this time until those countervailing PSPS feedbacks are in place. Currently, no reviews are being reported back on the power shutoff events, which are reported by each utility every time there's a shutoff. There are a couple of pending proceedings, an OII, also an order to show cause, but those have been active since November of 2019, still have not provided any feedback. So and we're not really getting the utilities are not getting the feedback they need on whether they're doing these shutoffs appropriately. Also, where we are hearing feedback and questions are being asked, they're mostly not in the question of what is the appropriate threshold for SPS, but rather more in the spirit of are you sending out appropriate notifications? Are you taking care of special needs communities? Are you communicating with emergency services and your safety partners, rather than are you shutting off at thresholds that are too low? So under those conditions, I think it's dangerous to have a wildfire ignition triggering event because that could lead to unintended consequences. Regarding wildfire metrics, what I think we want to track with wildfire metrics is resilience to external driver events. And that's physical and operational resilience. How resistant is the infrastructure to damage based on an event of a certain strength? And that's damage due to vegetation, damage due to equipment breaking. That's why we suggested outages as a result of equipment damage and vegetation as a potential leading metric. An example, people brought up the campfire. There were reportedly failures of PG&E towers under severe weather conditions on the same circuit in previous years. That could have been an important leading metric that might have allowed more detailed inspections to occur and the campfire to be prevented. Wires down, as we talked about earlier, that ignores significant event days, and significant event days are the days where you're actually needing to measure this resilience. That's not necessarily a triggering metric. You want to be able to track the resilience, though, as a function of time so as to be able to see whether these improvements that the utility is making are actually having an effect, making it safer to operate without PSPS at higher and higher thresholds. Finally, with regard to Turn's suggestion of having a PSPS metric in terms of operational minutes lost, I think that's a good idea. But once again, it needs to be tracked as far as resilience. So I think we also, as far as resilience, need to be collecting weather data to compare against the outages, to compare against ignitions, and to compare against the PSPS events. You do not have good metrics with PSPS in place because you stop collecting ignition events and many outage events. So one final metric that we suggest is to collect PSPS damage events. We think those are going to be very important events to scrutinize as we go forward, and PSPS is more used as a preventative measure for wildfire. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. Mitchell's presentation?
I do. This is ALJ Fogel again. Hi, Dr. Mitchell. It's an interesting set of comments in terms of looking at it more closely, and the suggestion for outages as a potentially better metric. Isn't there a challenge, I think, that you kind of referred to at the end of your comments, is that PSPS events may prevent outages from happening. They may hide them. They prevent them from happening or may hide them. So I think the example you gave of when it would be useful was sort of up until recently, before the more widespread use of PSPS events.
Yes, and another thing that is an advantage to outages over ignitions is that you can look at resilience outside of fire weather events. So for instance, you can have extreme wind events that occur which aren't associated with Diablo or Santa Ana winds, but are associated with fall or winter storms or occur after a major rain. These will still cause outages, and those you can track. If I remember what I read about the campfire towers, those I think failed or had problems during winter events. So being able to detect these events, and wires down is a subset of that. So I understand that. Yes, you do maybe get a cleaner sample, but it's a smaller sample and it may not capture everything. For instance, is it going to be more as effective at capturing vegetation impacts and as just other types of outages? Not all vegetation outages result in a wire down, probably a minority of them. You get branches across lines, momentary vegetation impacts, that type of thing. So it provides you a larger data set. Of course, it's harder work to understand it because there's a lot of outages nobody cares about from a wildfire perspective. We understand that. But there's a lot of good stuff in there that I think can be used to obtain metrics.
Thanks. And just to ask one other question. When you refer to PSPS damage event, is that, how do you define that?
That's now become a formal piece of information that is collected. SED requires reporting of them, and now Wildfire Safety Division requires reporting of them. This is post-event inspections are done after PSPS event. Any sort of damage that appears is recorded. It's supposed to be photographed. And this information as to location and the type of damage is recorded. So this allows us to, even when the system's blind, because we've got PSPS, to still see where damage is occurring. Because you have the location, you have the ability to get some weather information on that location and gauge the resilience of the equipment at that location. And it also helps you to justify and understand the context of the PSPS event. If there's a lot of damage, then yes, it was appropriate to turn off. Another question it allows you to address is GO95 questions. So yes, they turned off the power, there was a lot of damage, but the winds never gusted above 45 miles per hour. Is that equipment damage indicating that the equipment is not built to the appropriate standard, in which case it requires closer supervision?
Sorry, just one other question. There's suggestion to look at weather data. Was that only for the PSPS damage events or also for the outage events?
Outages, very, very important for outages. I've got a paper that I put out, I think in 2012, where we looked at SDG&E outage data as a function of wind speed, and it's an extremely strong function of wind speed. And so that indicates that you get a multiplication effect when you have high winds. It's much, much higher than linear.
Okay. That's it for now. Thanks.
Welcome.
Hi, would it be okay if I had a quick follow-up on that point?
Please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. I love all of the points that you're making, Joe, because they're so accurate. The PSPS program is one that I know well, and the complexities that are there that you're describing are so like real, and you're really covering them comprehensively, which is one of the reasons why PSPS is so complex to put into something like a metric with targets. But I wanted to note on the outages, just kind of revisiting the point from earlier. The point you're making is fair and accurate, right? The outage information can tell us a lot. The thing is, that outage information is vast. We're talking thousands and thousands and thousands of data points.
Hundreds of thousands, yeah.
Yes. So it is, and kind of to my best practice experience that I mentioned earlier with managing metrics, especially managing metrics at an executive or leadership level, is that more information doesn't equal more informed. And in this case, internally we use our outage information for various purposes. We want to be as well informed as we can be to make sure we're doing the right work. A metric like wires down, again, is going to show you the same pattern that outage trends are going to show you and remove the noise that we would have to go through to understand thousands and thousands of outages and which ones were telling us something and which ones aren't, which ones are noise and which ones are immaterial, so, and it's going to result in the same trend. So I do think that I feel confident that you won't see any masking of issues with a metric like wires down. And if anything, you're going to, it provides more value by being more targeted and focused and clear on what it communicates, and avoiding the noise, honestly. But yeah. I mean, it is true, right? It's all correlated. Outage data is good data. But I just want to kind of reiterate the confidence that in my experience, wires down doesn't mask anything that you would see in the outages that you don't see there. So hopefully there's a good middle ground, right, that can be reached.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. As a ex-particle physicist, I'm used to getting vast amounts of data, and the art of doing good analysis is throwing stuff away. However, I think one of the parts of that is to make sure that what you throw away isn't somehow biasing what remains. So any sort of justification that you could provide that wires down is a good metric that tracks vegetation, that tracks other types of equipment damage other than wires, would be helpful, and would help to validate that as a valid metric.
Sure. Yep. We have kind of standard cause categories and all things like that. It's a pretty interesting metric actually when you dig into it. So welcome more conversation.
Thank you.
Steve, would you mind if I chime in again? This is ALJ Fogel again.
Go ahead,
Just to
Judge Fogel.
help me follow this, I missed most of the morning context. I noticed that on this 26 safety performance metrics, there is a wires down major event days metric as well as one that excludes that. And I was wondering what the PG&E's rationale was to exclude the major event days from its proposed zones.
Right, of course. Yep. We just, oh, I'm sorry. That was directed to me, right?
Yes, it is. We're kind of segueing into a general discussion, but yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I didn't pipe up and speak over someone. Yes, good question. Major event day information is certainly important. It's tracked, paid attention to, and obviously visibility is brought through the SPMs. We would not find, in my experience, performance management, you would not put the exclusion of the major event days is to normalize the external factors that are outside of PG&E's control. And in a mechanism like enhanced enforcement or in a mechanism like incentive metrics, you would not want to have that element that's outside of the control. So it's for the purpose of removing the element that's outside the external factor, so that you can understand the performance that's within the utility's control. But we agree it's important to look at, it's informative. The right way to do that is to bring visibility, for example, through the SPMs, but to trigger oversight because of with major event days in play would be, likely unproductive, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. It seems like a interesting and sort of challenging area. I think it seems like the converse of what Dr. Mitchell was saying, which is talking about the relationship between wind speed and outages. I mean, as we go forward in California and we have more extreme events, we need to plan for those and ensure that equipment is able to withstand those.
Absolutely. And, I liked one of the points you were making earlier, which was these things are extremely important for analytical purposes. And that's where I can, confidently say and be accountable for the fact that I know we're using it for analytical purposes, and we welcome collaboration for analysis around these things about how we can use that information to look forward to the changing weather, the changing conditions, and how we perform on those extreme weather days when the risk is the highest. That said, that's, in my opinion, a different purpose than the purpose of enhanced enforcement and a metric that triggers a need for additional and escalated regulatory intervention.
Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Mitchell? This morning, I was hearing none. Okay. Oh, Katie, do you have a question?
No, I had a more general Q&A for PG&E.
Okay, before we do that, hold that question. Since this morning we curtailed PG&E, we extended PG&E's presentation because there was a lot of interest on PG&E's presentation, and then we ran out of time and we had to curtail PG&E's presentation. And I said we'll shift that presentation to the afternoon before the Q&A. So let's move back to PG&E's presentation and have PG&E discuss the proposed metrics in greater detail and have and allow participants to ask any specific questions on those proposed SOMs. And then that would kind of transition into the larger Q&A session. There's not going to be any definite breakpoint between PG&E's presentation and a general Q&A. So just please proceed. Oh, before you do that, Ayat, do you want to jump in now, or do you want to do that?
Yeah. Hi again. Thank you. This has been very informative session. I just want to make a quick, and that's good that PG&E is going back to the presentation because that would help maybe address some of the issues I want to raise. In my mind, this metrics, the SOMs, should be based on the scoping memo, should be suitable for the use of as a triggering event, as specified in the enhanced oversight and enforcement process. It also should be used to accurately assess the safety and operational performance of gas and electric utilities. And I understand, the issues that you brought, things that are within PG&E's control versus not. And I'm also sensitive to metrics that, would not lead us or lead PG&E to, I guess, shy away from reporting these metrics, or if in the case of, future enforcement processes. So with that, I just want to say that at the end of the day, we are trying to measure how the operation of the organization leads to the prevention of major catastrophic events, right? Avoid the very high risky events. We would like to see them reducing the safety. So there are outcome-based metrics, but we need to see them as operational metrics that help address the reduction in safety risks. So that's why I was asking earlier about SIFs, and I'm talking about SIFs as you propose it for employee and contractor. Say there is a major accident that happened in the office that has nothing to do with the type of risks we're trying to reduce here, like wildfire, gas explosion in the field or something like that. So I'm assuming those are going to be included in SIFs, office-related type of metric that you have under actual employee and contractor. So it doesn't really, it will be a mix, right, of things, but you can speak. I'm just going to say my two cents here and let you respond. But all I'm saying, I'm just picking on this because it's easy to pick on this metric. I'm just saying that a metric, we need to see it as something that would allow us to determine the progress of the operations, PG&E's operations towards reducing safety risks and avoiding major catastrophic events. And that doesn't mean that that's all there is to it, but in my mind, I think these are the main behind the scene goal of all of this exercise. And I'm not sure metrics like employee and contractor would capture something like that. Okay, thank you.
I can respond if that's appropriate. Thank you for that comment. I'm actually glad you brought it back up. I was reflecting on this during lunch and I was saying, oh, I should have rounded this back because it's becoming a little more clear to me where you're going. On the third-party SIF incidents and the public safety risks, as you're mentioning, and absolutely agree that these metrics need to represent our progress towards reducing the risks or the safety, or why don't I put it the other way in the positive, improving our safe operations so that risks and public incidents are reduced. Although we are not recommending a straight SIF count metric for public SIFs, as we explained for the reasons cited, I want to revisit the leading and lagging indicator framework we set up, which is that a metric being considered a leading or lagging indicator is relative to the risk you're talking about. So in this case, where we're talking about public safety, serious incident or fatality. So remember, a third party having a serious injury or fatality at the cause of PG&E's assets or actions. I would consider almost all of these leading indicators for that. Obviously with the exception of the employee piece, but these pieces are the leading indicators to what would cause or could cause the public safety incident or the serious injury or fatality to the public. So I wanted to loop back on that because, again, this is really dynamic set of metrics that, depending on how you look at it, and our risks are really dynamic too and intertwined in a lot of ways. So a bunch of these would turn leading to that risk of the public SIF. So I wanted to come back to that and, again, reassure that we are by no means trying to, look past the data that count of public SIFs tells us, but we actually think there's a stronger set here about being ahead of a public SIF occurring by making sure that these events don't happen and improving our operations so that they're safe and make progress in that way. Now, to your point about the employee and contractor safety bit, I'll just kind of restate that we think it's important to include, when you take a holistic look at PG&E's operations, it's very important that our employees are operating in a safe way and that we're keeping them safe, and that we have a safety-driven culture with our employees and our contractors. So we feel like it's relevant to include here, that a serious injury or fatality to an employee could be, it could be caused by the work they're doing. But to your point, I could see how maybe these incidents could come back around, right? It impacted employees, certainly, right? Someone's working on a gas line and you have a leak and there's an injury caused there, or serious injury caused there to the contractor or employee. So it's certainly not, those metrics aren't defined that narrowly that it wouldn't capture that type of thing. So I hope that addresses any concern there. And I just want to reiterate that the whole intent of this suite is to be a leading indicator to avoid serious incidents with the public and with public safety.
Hannah, since we didn't really have a chance to actually go through each individual metric, besides the SIF and one or two other isolated ones, maybe it would be a good idea to go through them, at least somewhat briefly, one by one. So if questions on any specific ones come up, we can address those right now.
Sure, absolutely. I'm here to, cover whatever y'all need. So I think we went to the detail. We talked through the details of the employee and contractor SIF. I'm not sure we fully made it to SIF potential for employee and contractor. Again, sorry, I'm kind of, I guess I'm getting mixed feedback on how we should navigate. Would you like me to go, should we go through the detailed slides rather than stay on this one?
Let's move through each individual detailed slide. So the next one.
All right, so SIF potential, I do feel like we've had some conversation around this, but I will just again restate its definition, which is an incident that has a credible potential to cause fatality, life-altering injury or illness, or life-threatening injury or illness. We've talked through this one quite a bit, I think, already. I think I acknowledge that this actually is a good example. It's probably the only example, right, where there could be some subjectivity introduced. And we don't want that subjectivity. We want this to be an objective metric. And we already internally have set up a number of process and procedures that have controls and governance standards with them and in place to ensure that this is a consistent and objective measured metric. It's not in our best interest for it to be inconsistent or not objective either. Those process and procedures and the standards documented there would, I think, provide some, definitely provide some light to some of the questions I was seeing about how do you define credible potential. I think we're ready to offer how we've defined that through a data request if needed. We do have more information behind this and agree that the controls are very important.
One of the concerns we have in developing the safety performance metrics was how to control bias. So in this case, there is a definite built-in potential bias because obviously certain employees may not want to report potential near misses when it could affect their own evaluation, job evaluation. So how do you propose to address that concern?
That's a good one, Steve. And I wouldn't say it's specific to this metric. I would say it's specific to any metric ever. That is always an element. And I, having been in the metric world for a while at PG&E, I'm proud to see the progress we've made. And I can assure you that there are no cultural signals that promote underreporting. I think we've actually put a lot of systems and avenues in place that are for the purpose of ensuring that reporting is encouraged. Now with this one though, I want to note that when it comes to a serious injury or fatality potential, that's not a casual small near miss that you're just gonna have one employee, calling into the hotline on. These are serious, these are potentially fatal. So there would be multiple people involved. And again, there is a process in place to ensure these are captured and ensure they go through an objective, unbiased assessment of whether or not they produced potential for the serious incident or fatality. And again, we'd be happy to share those with you. We want these reported. These are how we learn. So we would just keep the hard work to make sure that employees know that it's the right thing to do and use the practices and controls that we have put in place and documented.
I had a quick.
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, given the request for objective metrics and given, these concerns that you're hearing, if you could talk a little bit more about PG&E's choice to include this at all, why you thought this was important.
Yeah, that's a good one, actually. I should maybe start there. We wanted a leading indicator for employee safety for the serious injuries and fatalities, and this metric is designed to be that leading indicator. It's purely designed for that purpose, right? I also should note, though, that we work really closely with industry groups on these metrics. EEI is very closely involved in both our CIF actual and CIF potential. So we have a lot of external help and consultation on these. I don't think I think potential is a newer aspect that isn't fully, I guess, it hasn't sunken its teeth fully in the industry yet, but I think it's moving in that direction to be something more broadly and widely accepted and measured across the industry. But regardless, it's still in consultation with those external parties. So we feel like it's a good, confident leading indicator that we've been able to mitigate the concerns about being not objective.
So by that logic, why wouldn't you have a CIF potential for public if that's the leading indicator for CIFs?
Right. Yep. You could. It goes back to the need to get the core of CIF potential is unaligned and miscalibrated. Right now, it's defined for us as any serious incident or fatality with the public involving PG&E assets. That's very different from caused from PG&E assets, and our ability and productivity in taking action until we get that refined and consistent and understood. Would it be productive through enhanced enforcement? Again, I'll use the example of a traffic accident running into a pole. That's counted right now. So if we can fix the, get the root of it, fixed, and I think we want to move in that direction. It's just not there now, how the utilities are measuring it. So we're not trying to avoid it. It's we just have to understand it. And right now it is capturing the broad set of anything involving assets. The car example is a good one. Does that answer your question? And you would certainly be able to have a potential metric assigned to it too, but you've got to get that baseline established first.
Could I just follow up on that briefly? And I noticed there's a question in the chat. But, it seems that what you're saying is the current, and I have to look back, the current SPM for public CIF measures involving PG&E equipment, and you are not, PG&E is not yet at a place to appropriately track caused by PG&E equipment, if I'm understanding what you said. And I find that a little disturbing, given that there have, for instance, been some, criminal convictions recently. So, and I was wondering if you respond to that, and also discuss the timeline when you would propose PG&E would be in a position to track that.
I appreciate you saying that, and I'm so sorry that I misstated it. It's not that we don't have visibility or understanding or tracing of it. We don't have alignment across the IOUs on should it be just utility caused and what is the definition of utility caused versus this more inclusive set that involves assets. We can go through and apply our own analysis of utility caused now. We're looking to collaborate with you all through our risk-making frameworks or risk decision-making frameworks and proceedings to advance that forward. We have the data, we have the understanding. It's not a lack of visibility or understanding. I apologize for misstating.
And so could you explain again why PG&E did not propose a SIF for the public then, or a SIF potential for the public? I'm sorry if I missed it earlier.
Right. In lieu of having that consistent and agreed upon definition, the metric we use right now is the incidents involving utility not equipment assets for the purpose of enhanced enforcement, which is to trigger regulatory intervention because of an organizational failure. That larger set doesn't fit the appropriateness, right, of the triggering event. Our ability to take action on the ones that were assets involved, but perhaps not PG&E at fault. For example, a third party, again, car accident into the pole, is very different, right? And so that putting us into the enhanced enforcement process wouldn't, in my opinion, and I hope you allow that, meet the intent of enhanced enforcement. We're looking to align. I would have to point to a risk framework expert here on the line about the timeline, but we have internally laid out the differences, looked at the bow ties and our understanding across the utilities, how we're looking at this, and we want to move forward on it. But again, not quite my realm, so I'll have to defer on that if you would like me to, or I may have answered your question.
Yeah, I think it might be useful. I, again, apologize, I had to miss a lot of the morning, but it does seem like a very notable gap in PG&E's proposal to not have anything on public SIF. And if I'm not mistaken, it seems like you just said, well, we have that data on public incidents caused by PG&E equipment. And then it seemed as though you backtracked a little bit. So I think that, I think you've heard in this from myself and others that we're somewhat concerned by this gap in the proposal, and perhaps it would be helpful to hear from your experts about the timeline to make a serious proposal there.
Yeah, so I'll defer to Vincent if he can prepare to come off mute and talk about the work we've been doing around calibrating the third-party third-party SIF risk. And I do want to clarify, I'm so sorry that this is a little bit like sticky with the language and I may be misstating in some ways. We have the data. It's not that we are looking to have an aligned understanding of what utility cost looks like across in collaboration with the commission and the other utilities. We don't want it to just be, as we've seen, these definitions are very, very detailed and important in the exact words they use, right? And how we consider utility cost versus not utility cost. We're looking for that alignment. It's not that we're sitting on a pile of data that we're not, sharing or using. And I'm sorry again for misstating anything there. Vincent, can you speak more to the
I just wanted to mention.
Before Vincent goes in, I just want to point out that we're not, including utility cost, we're talking about organizational failure in operation. So the incident doesn't have to happen from utility itself, like a utility dug something, caused explosion. But there are other factors that go into the operational failure that is related to the operation of the organization. So if you don't mind speaking to that issue as well. Thank you.
Vincent, if you're speaking,
Vincent, I muted you because
sorry.
You're
I'm
making
sorry.
a lot of background noise when you left the mic open. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Ayat, could you restate your question, please? I'm not sure I understood it.
Oops, sorry. Hi, Vincent. I think we met a long time ago, but okay. So we're what I'm saying is that we're trying to address operation of the organization in terms of organizational failure, not an incident that happened that might include an incident that happened due to someone hitting a gas line, like an employee hitting a gas line and caused an explosion. We're talking about how we can make improvement in the operation of the organizational setup overall, or the whole system for PG&E, to avoid catastrophic events from happening. So that's where I think it's just one element of it. It's like an employee or something happened that is directly due to PG&E's action that caused an event to occur. So that's all I just wanted to mention in this area. Is that clear?
Yeah, so I think there are kind of two kinds of, my opinion, that there are two kinds of public safety incidents that could happen. One is the one that we've classified as third-party safety incident in our RAMP, and that has the definition that Hannah was referring to. And that's one of the things where recently we've decided to look to see what the other IOUs are doing in terms of that risk, right? And that's one of the ones that Hannah was saying, that we all scope that risk a little differently. And so the idea there is that we want to get on the same page first before we start considering that metric to account for some of those things that Hannah talked about, which is basically that there's a large portion of that risk that we can't account for. So how do we think about this risk kind of holistically to start with? So to that extent, we've kind of we've kind of reached out to the other IOUs to see how they thought about it. This is something that we're working through beginning to work on, working through the year to see how we can get into alignment on that risk, see whether we have the data and I haven't looked beyond that myself, but see whether the data we have supports the direction that we want to go. So the other kind of risk that I think you're talking about is basically things like, and maybe I'm paraphrasing here, but things like if a wildfire causes X number of public fatalities, I think that's what you're referring to. And I would want to go back to Hannah's kind of metrics, which, when we look at the risk, right, as you guys know, that when we do the risk analysis, we always look at the likelihood of the risk multiplied by the consequence of the risk, right? And we try to figure out like which is the best indicator in terms of which are the biggest drivers in that equation, which are the biggest drivers of the risk. That's usually on the likelihood side. That's why most of our mitigations are focused on the likelihood side. And the likelihood sides are really like the leading indicators that we're looking about, right? They're the ones that are likely to cause the event, right? We want to reduce that potential set of potential events. We want to reduce that. That's the best way of doing it. So I feel like the best way we want to account for your organization. I'm sorry, I think you mentioned cultural factors. I think the best way to account for that, once again, is on the leading indicators, the drivers, if you will, on the risk side, because that's the one that has the most effect. Reducing those and measuring those has the most effect on managing the risk. I hope I answered your questions.
I have. Are you done, Ayat? I have a question from Melinda Dickinson in a chat box. She's asking, why is PG&E choosing SAIDI but not SAFE, since according to her, they should always go hand in hand?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think your question is actually a little bit my answer. SAIDI, SAFE, and CAIDI are all made from the same components of an equation. I don't necessarily, we didn't personally necessarily see value in having all three, as in adding additional value to the enhanced enforcement process, because then all the same variables are going into those metrics. And SAIDI is very well understood, specifically on the unplanned side. I think we agree, we use all of those metrics. They're all important, but they're all related. They all are based on the same variables mathematically. So I didn't see value in adding, again, when we can have a more targeted, straightforward set of SOMs. I'm not sure they'll introduce additional insight. If one's red, usually they're all going red.
This is Chris still asking questions about, I see the ALJ. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Oh, okay. So on this, on SIFs in general, I'm not sure I understood exactly the last answer about public SIFs. Why PG&E doesn't have its own set, even though I understand PG&E is working with other utilities, but I'll just focus on this slide. My question on this slide is, and I think Katie raised this question, was, so is it PG&E's, I'm understanding that, I know I've seen PG&E's, I would call it near miss reporting, which I think might feed into this or overlap this to some degree. And in PG&E's near miss reporting, I've seen where PG&E has put almost an incentive or a desire to increase the reporting of near misses. And in fact, I think they were trying to reward or employees, and I think they were rolling it out. Maybe it began at Diablo Canyon and they were rolling it out across all the other business units. So what I'm trying to reconcile is, in that way, it's an incentive to bring those forward, because I think in what I learned from that process was they were actually trying to get folks comfortable in bringing those forward, and they thought it would take years in order to bring that forward. And they implemented it, but then they said this is going to be years before we actually get the numbers that we need. But now in the enforcement process, it looks like something similar or overlapping is now going to be used to ultimately, I mean, in the worst case, I guess it would go through step 6, and PG&E would potentially come under review for its CPCN. So I'm just trying to understand how PG&E reconciles those kind of near miss reporting with this, if there's kind of like a contradiction in that process, or if that's been explored.
I'm slightly unclear. I will try to repeat back to you what I think I'm hearing, which is the contradiction of wanting reporting, but then us going into enhanced enforcement for reporting.
I'm sorry I didn't say it very clearly, but if I were to take the assumption that SIF potential is the way it says, an incident that had the credible potential to cause a fatality, life-altering injury, or illness, that sounds very similar to PG&E's program for, trying to remember the exact name for it, for near miss reporting. And PG&E gathers a lot of data and they have folks review that. And I think that near miss reporting program that PG&E has includes this kind of stuff. Like there's something that was dangerous or a hazard, and PG&E asks its employees to bring that forward and report it, and they count that, and they use it as a metric for near miss reporting. And then in this instance, it looks like some of the same data will then be used as a enforcement oversight metric to then have a negative outcome. Well, I would consider it a negative outcome for PG&E to step through the enforcement process, and then be used in a negative way. So it just seems like in one framework, near miss or potential injury or illness is being asked to be brought forward, and in another one, it's being there's going to be a negative impact to the company or to the employee's company if they do bring that forward. And I'm just wondering, how does PG&E manage that, or have they explored that in detail?
Well, the way I would see it from a performance management practice and perspective is that we want reporting, we encourage reporting. It's exactly like what you're describing of why we encourage reporting. That's a good thing. And if it results in more identification of potential serious incidents, then we've got a safety issue and we should go into enhanced enforcement. So I see it working perfectly together.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to point out that we are close to the end time. So there seems to be a lot more discussions left still. If parties want to extend the time for this workshop, I'm all for it. Unless there are objections, we can extend it for another half hour or so.
Steve, I don't think PG&E has an objection, but what I would recommend is that we go back to the overview slide and let people ask questions directly to the metrics they're interested in. These slides are definitely more informative, and I think only really provide a definition. I think everyone has access to it. So instead of going one by one, I would, if we're trying to extend to get things, that's what I would suggest.
Okay, all right. I agree with your suggestion. But before we do that, can we go to the nuclear slide, please? The detailed slide.
And then, Steve, just one last question. We're going to save time for next steps as well. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
What slide number?
I think it's
slide 13. Slide 13. Yeah.
I just want to call attention to Steve quickly. There's another question from Julian that you can post to the group as you see fit.
Okay, let me ask this question on the nuclear slide first. None of us, certainly not within SPD, has any expertise whatsoever on the nuclear risk. So, reading the metric description here, these are metrics that are widely used in the nuclear industry already. Is it correct?
Correct.
Okay.
This is a third-party metric from our industry. Well, I don't know how much you want me to go into it, but from our from IMPO, the body that is the industry kind of regulatory body, they design and administer this metric across the industry.
Okay.
And I do have our expert on from Diablo Canyon, who can also speak to more technical details, as I am not a nuclear engineer.
Hey, Arnold, which question from the attendees were you referring to?
It's the last question from Julian.
Can you read that question, please?
How will SADI be benchmarked? Why is use of SADI the best indicator of organizational performance rather than using another metric like SAFI or JD or all three together? I think you've answered it in part, but if there's a piece of that that still needs to be answered, please do so.
SADI's benchmarked via, it's the acronym I always forget it or can't fully, IEEE. I believe I've got it written down somewhere. I'm sorry, I just don't have it right in front of me. It's benchmarked by an industry body. Annual benchmarking study occurs. We participate every year, and that's how we gather our benchmarking information on SADI. Again, we chose SADI because it is, I think the duration element tells you more than the frequency element does, because it not only involves the frequency, but also our ability to respond and how long it takes us to respond to restore power. So I think it provides a more all-inclusive view. But like I mentioned, SADI, SAFI, CADI, they're all the same variables mathematically, just different denominator, different numerator, they kind of all connect. So regardless, you'll see them move together.
Sheila, could you go back to slide 7, please? The slide that has the 12 proposed SOMs. Yeah, that's the one, correct. So I'll bring up this slide here to facilitate people's questions on the proposed SOMs.
This is Katie from Turn. I had a question about the dig-in. It's, I guess, the gas dig-in rate SOM, where you PG&E's included also PG&E's dig-ins rather than just third parties. And I just was, as a point of interest, was wondering why you decided to deviate from what's already in the safety and performance metrics.
Well, I can say because it's a more informative metric, it's the all-inclusive view. We prefer the all-inclusive view with our own dig-in, our contractor dig-ins, because they all matter. Internally, we always look at all three. I don't have the history of, and I wasn't involved in the initial SPM selection and why only third party was selected. But again, internally, we look at all three. It's more all-inclusive and gives you the full picture of the potential risk, and we should certainly be accountable to our own dig-ins. So, and it's also benchmarkable. Any form of that is benchmarkable. We can benchmark third party only or all.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a very good thing. I just was curious as to how it ended up there. And then I had a question more generally about emergency response. You have the gas emergency response. Sorry, now I'm looking at two different screens, so I apologize. You have the gas emergency response, the electric emergency response, and the average speed of answer for emergencies. I was hoping you could provide a little more context to those. In the gas and the electric emergency response, what rises to the level of requiring response? Is there, out of total number of calls, what are those that are identified as emergencies? How do you make those delineations? And then for average speed of answer for emergencies, is that just about picking up the phone, or is it about getting someone off of hold, or is it about getting someone to the actual emergency?
Average speed of answer is about answering the call for emergency routed calls. So it is the first step, right, in our response for an emergency. That then the second step is that gas or emergency response. So it gives you the end to end. And we want to make sure that our call centers are resourcing and set up in a way that we are as fast as possible with that pickup, and the unit we're measuring that one is in seconds. Now, the other I would probably have to get a data request to really get you the ins and outs here. But for example, the electric one, I think it's actually just pretty straightforward and not overcomplicated. It's 911 calls that are related to our electric assets, and the gas, let me see here, is I'd have to get the exact description of the calls that qualify for the gas service representative to be deployed, like for this metric. But it's something along the same lines: the identification of an emergency via the call via 911. But we'd happy to be able to provide like the exact ins and outs.
So with both of those, is it risking picking up incidents that aren't necessarily safety incidents? It's just 911 has been called, and then you get there and, it's not you guys at all, if that makes sense?
I don't think I'll put it this way, it's our responsibility to respond to any indication of an emergency. So we aren't going to lose time in trying to evaluate whether it's an emergency we should or need to respond to. Like, we're going to respond, right? If there's the truck is rolling when these calls come in. So I probably would have to dig into it further to maybe get after what you're saying, but at the surface, I don't think that's a concept. And I don't see the issue, right? Because again, our responsibility is to respond to a call that is indicating an emergency involving our assets. If we get there and it's different, then, I'm assuming that's an exception-based type thing, but it would introduce, I think, safety risk if we had all tried to wean that out.
Yeah. I think my last question is the transmission and distribution wires down. You have flagged only as a safety metric. To me, that strikes me as also having some reliability information in it.
Yeah,
you're
totally right. Yeah, no, actually, you're absolutely right. I kind of mentioned this earlier, and I apologize. This will get in a little of the weeds of enhanced enforcement, but there is another triggering event that is related to reliability, and it's quoted as failure to comply with electric reliability performance metrics as a step 2 triggering event. We are proposing through our SOMs that SAIDI unplanned is the metric for that triggering event. And so the purpose of having it be the only one marked for reliability was just to maintain that clarity. We're not proposing that T&D wires down act as the triggering event for the reliability step or item, because, well, it's a little bit, we think it serves the purpose of this public safety. But yes, in concept, what you're saying is absolutely correct. There is a reliability element, right? A wire down can be a cause of an outage. But for clarity, we just wanted to position SAIDI as our key reliability metric for the purpose of that triggering event.
Yeah. Thank you. That's very helpful for understanding your response.
Sorry, that one was a little messy, but doing the best with a complex system of events here. And thanks for the question.
Thank you.
This is Chris. May I ask you about the SAIDI metric a little? I have a question for that too. I think that was slide 14. If I could ask you about that one.
Of course, and checking the slide. Let's see. Yep, slide 14.
Okay, so I was just curious, does that include, does PSPS come, is that included or excluded? Do you know PSPS under affecting SAIDI?
Yeah, great question. So SAIDI, just like T&D wires down, is going to have the IEEE standards applied for major emergency days. And typically a PSPS event is going to qualify the IEEE standard of a major emergency day. That said, just like wires down, an informative analytical tool and data that we look at certainly is the is performance on with a major emergency days included, but for the purposes of a mechanism and a structure of this set of metrics, we would not include those external factors to ensure that the performance is normalized. But we have the information, and on a typical basis, PSPS would be excluded because it's going to qualify as a major emergency day.
So it would be excluded. And then red flag days, you know, for high fire threat days. Do you happen to know if those are considered major event days or not?
No, those wouldn't come into play, although there probably, again, there might be a correlation, right, between it being qualifying as a major emergency day. The major emergency day criteria per IEEE is extremely quantitative based. I think it's called like the beta 2 method. I'd have to get you the details, but we have the IEEE standard. It's based on a level of standard deviation from typical outage performance or reliability performance. So something like the National Weather Service declaring a red flag day, right? That's not going to be directly correlated with the standard deviation of outage performance, which is what IEEE is based on. Happy to get you that standard.
Yeah, the only thing I'm hesitant about with this metric then is I think on red flag warning days, that might be a day where some utilities go out and they program their reclosers to trip more frequently. And so then I wonder if then that would then maybe cause SAIDI to go up. And so then that would be, you know, SAIDI goes up, but in the same time for safety, we would want those circuits to trip. So I'm just hesitant because I wonder if that metric drives a different behavior than the one that might be optimal for safety.
No, it's a good one. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, we disable at this point in time, we disable our automatic reclosing in the high fire threat district during the fire season. It's not this, but we do it for the fire season. As of this year, that's what we did. So you're right. That's actually why I think SAIDI is pretty interesting. If you look at its story over time, you see this great improvement when we were going through a program of installing a lot of equipment to help us manage SCADA-enabled devices, things like that. And then comes around the recent fire seasons, and you'll see our SAIDI has vastly worsened because of exactly what you're describing. And so the goal, you know, over the long term is we've got to, you know, figure out how to do these things together. So I think our own performance shows that we are not going, you know, incurring any unintended consequences on reliability at the cost of safety. It actually shows the opposite, that we've had to put safety first, and it's come at the detriment of our SAIDI performance. And that's, again, why it's a really good metric that tells the story over time of what's trending, which is the intent of part of the guidance here.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to ask another question if no one else is waiting in the queue. Hannah, I apologize. I'd like to go back to the public SIFs discussion. I know that's a sensitive one. So what I understood from what you said earlier was that the reason PG&E didn't propose that was not necessarily that it didn't fit with the principles that sort of guided your preparation of the metrics, but more that PG&E hadn't come to an agreed definition of utility cost with other utilities. So that's my assumption. That's what I heard earlier, and just wanting to make sure. Well, so I'll go on, and so I'm wondering, can we expect PG&E to propose something in this area then in the next few weeks or so that we can consider that as part of this process, or is there something else we should be expecting?
Yeah, so, and this is where, again, because my role at PG&E is performance management, not risk. I'm well versed in risk management, but I'm not a risk manager that is involved with the ramp and SPEC and the different proceedings in that way. But I'm going to do my best to clarify this. What you state, and thank you for revisiting this. I also felt like we ended a little unclearly. What you stated initially is correct. We have no issue with this being a metric. It is one that we recognize meets the intents and the principles here. And we collect all the data on it. It's not a data or visibility issue. But the thing that I want to perhaps adjust from what you said is not that we're looking to come to an agreed upon definition with other utilities, which would be one step, but I don't know if it's the holistic step. I think the issue, and again, Vincent can confirm this, is that the utilities scope the risk differently in our risk frameworks. So we're all looking at this from a different perspective in risk decision-making frameworks through these proceedings. And so that calibration would then deliver us to a calibrated measure. So I wanted to just make that distinction. If it is purely just getting the measure aligned, I think we could do that. But I don't know if that's actually the root of what's going on here and what we've been noticed when you look across how we look at this risk. Is that fair? I don't, Vincent, I don't want to misspeak.
Yeah, I think there are two issues going on. Like we talked about earlier, there's what we call in our ramp the third-party safety risk itself, and there are other risks that lead to public consequences, for example, wildfire. So I think the issue is trying to figure out which of these kind of SIFs belong into this measure as well, right? Because, for example, with wildfire, those public SIFs, first of all, wildfire risk is kind of distinct, right? I mean, if you look at the wildfire risk, it'd be what you call a low, kind of relatively low consequence, getting higher frequency now, but low frequency compared to like a motor vehicle risk or something like that. It's relatively lower frequency, but very high consequence. And what you see when you look at the consequence side is that, and I was just looking at the data, and I don't know if I have all the full picture here, but look at the data, you see perhaps like maybe even on red flag warning days, you see maybe like 1 out of 20 times there are public consequences, but 19 out of 20 times it might not have any. So if you think about how you're going to put that into the metric, and then what does that tell you, right? In that metric, you get a metric that 19 out of 20 years, or whatever the number might be, but the point being it's a low frequency, high consequence risk. 19 out of 20 years, you might not see anything. Does that mean PG&E is doing a good job? I don't really know. But I think the more, and so what it could actually tell you is that it could mislead you in terms of this metric, giving you the full picture. So I think that's why we wanted to focus on the driver side, the leading side, which are some of these things like we have in some of Hannah's metrics here. That's why I think we want to kind of move away from that serious injuries and fatalities on the public side and look at just for the public safety, to look at the drivers of public safety risk.
And if I may offer, I would love to take this one and give you all a written response through a data request. Part of my personal issue right here is I don't want to speak on behalf of the other utilities and how they, with their risk. I'm sitting here with the ramp proceeding in front of me, so I'm looking at how they do it, but I want to be sensitive to not misspeak about how they're looking at the risk. So I would appreciate the opportunity to get back to you in a written response, if that's all right.
Yeah, and we may request, I've been wondering also, because you mentioned that PG&E has a fairly well thought out definition for potential, what is the metric? Potential
SIFs for employees and contractors.
Yeah, and I think actually it could be helpful to have that, quote unquote, on the record rather than distributed via data request. There may, I think that it might be helpful to have a written response and also if we request that via ruling as a follow-up to this, that it might be helpful to have a discussion of how, if potential is useful for company and employee and contractors, is it, what distinguishes it from being useful for the public as well? So I'll talk to staff about this after the workshop and the commissioner, of course, and perhaps we might request that be a ruling, a little more information.
Okay, are there any questions for PG&E or any other general questions? Okay, so let's move on to the next steps. We heard a lot of good input from various parties and the commission staff and the commission decision makers. And I'm not going to summarize them all because I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to be able to do a good job summarizing them all. But so let's talk about the next steps. The commission envisions that commission staff will prepare a staff proposal and submit it into the proceeding in March. So I heard concerns from at least two parties that there may not be sufficient time to properly vet those proposals and analyze them adequately. So between now and March, what can happen are a couple of 2 to 3, possibly 3 technical working group meetings. So is that going to present a problem for any of the major interveners to participate in weekly or biweekly TWG meetings before we issue a staff proposal?
I think that sounds great. I would request that that schedule and the schedule for the other SMAP track working groups be coordinated. And then also I'd like to flag that there is a wildfire mitigation plan workshop on February 23rd and February 24th.
Okay. So if we hold weekly meetings between now and March, do you think that I'm talking to Turn, but also to other parties, do you think that you'll be able to participate meaningfully over weekly meetings? Or is it too frequent?
One, Henry has corrected me. The WMP workshops are February 22nd and 23rd. Right. I lean towards more time than just a week between meetings, but I also don't want to lose any forward momentum. So I think there is a balance between allowing for thought and discovery and things in between meetings and moving things forward. So I know that's a non-answer, but that is my non-answer.
So probably anywhere from, so I'm thinking that perhaps anywhere from 10 days to 2 weeks between meetings would be a more realistic time frequency based on the time frame that we're under. Okay.
Stephen, another thing that might be helpful there is to have specific topics either addressed during certain meetings or have the schedule being sort of rigidly defined so that people can attend during discussions of specific topics and don't have to attend the entire meeting if they aren't interested in all of the subject matter.
Hey, Steve, this is Rick Haynes with SDG&E. So, yeah, I would kind of vote against weekly right now. again, to be able to digest information, but maybe more importantly, and maybe I missed this, what's the objective of the, if it's weekly or every 2 weeks, is it to do the technical working group determination of additional metrics? Is it to discuss the metrics here in the that we've been discussing here today? I just want to have a clear understanding of what the objectives and aims are.
Well, based on my experience running the technical working group to refine and propose new safety performance metrics in 2019, there was a whole lot of back and forth between what was proposed and what the interveners objected to. So between proposal and what the interveners object to, there's a lot of back and forth argument, and there were informal comments back and forth and alternative proposals based on those informal comments. So it just takes a lot of time in those back and forth discussions. And the more of those discussions, the more I will have to synthesize and distill into something more meaningful. And I think hearing what CalPA, Chris Park said, they want to have more time, both in written comments and in Chris Park's presentation. He thinks that he will need more time to thoroughly digest and analyze those PG&E's proposals and have more meaningful input. So Chris, you can jump in and chime in.
Yeah, I mean, one thought would be we had proposed that there be a date where folks, as kind of like what was done in a previous workshop, where folks after the workshop, there was an opportunity to send comments and follow up to the workshop. But I had, in our comments to this workshop, we asked for more time to have more time to review PG&E's proposal. And we learned a lot from this workshop. And so one possibility would be to continue with what we requested in our opening comments, was to have comments from all parties 2 weeks from 2 weeks from tomorrow, and follow up to this. And then maybe based upon those comments, perhaps that would clarify what would be the next step that the commission or SPD would want to do in terms of a schedule, whether it would be working group meetings or whatever. But it might be a starting point. I would just suggest that that's what we put in our original comments, and we would still support that.
I think another round of comments would be helpful. I just wanted to highlight that it would be helpful if we had time for discovery before those comments were provided, because that would help give Turn at least some context. And I wish I was prepared to send out discovery tomorrow, but it will probably be Monday before I am.
And so this is ALJ again. I think when we talked about this internally, we thought there could be, some of this could occur at the technical working group level. But what I'm hearing now is that at least a couple parties would be interested in another opportunity to comment, via filings. If that's the case, Katie, could you elaborate a little bit more about the timing that would provide for some consideration of discovery response?
I think I am open to both either or, technical working groups or additional filings. I do think that it's helpful to be able to write down your comments. If we're going to have time to do discovery, I would say at least a month from tomorrow, because that gives you, a 10-day turnaround time for discovery. That's my first thought. I don't know if Cal Advocates would want to jump in on that as well.
Yeah, that would work.
So does that mean that we will have no technical working group meetings before then, or we can have concurrent technical working groups before the 28th of next month?
So this is Henry Burton with Cal Advocates. I would agree with Katie that you need about a month, given a couple of days to prepare discovery and then 2 weeks to get responses, and then the interveners need time to, analyze that and actually write comments. So yeah, about a month. We would suggest that it is helpful to be able to put the ideas that were discussed here in the workshop in writing. And, I think there's been a valuable discussion. It'll be more valuable if those ideas can be put in writing so that they're on the record. And I think it would be best to have some of the issues clarified in writing before the parties get together for technical working groups, because I think it would clarify the agenda and the set of questions that need to be taken up in technical working groups.
I fully understand that. So okay, here's what could potentially be a problem. It takes time, for me to prepare a staff proposal. That's one hurdle. The second hurdle is it needs to go through a management review process internally within SPD, and within SPD and within the commission. So that's going to take at least 2 to 3 weeks of additional time, even after I prepare the staff proposal. So potentially, what the implication of this is, the March deadline may be too aggressive, and it may possibly require some rejiggering on our part. I want to hear from Judge Fogel on this.
Yeah, I would also like to hear from the commissioner's office on this. I think given the concerns that have been raised here, I'm comfortable with slowing things down somewhat. But of course, the commissioner may have different views. So maybe what we should do at this point, I don't know if anyone is still on from their office, but why don't we plan the first working group meeting a little bit further out than a month, and in the meantime, we could probably understand where the commissioner is coming from with regards to the timeline on surfacing a staff proposal, if they're assuming there will be a staff proposal. It sounds like there's a fairly strong view by the interveners that they would really prefer this extra time and do this discovery up front. So I think that's probably the more valuable step to take myself. I don't know if others, the interveners who haven't spoken up yet, would like to.
Judge Fogel, I have a quick question kind of coming from Kevin. Does this timeline affect anything going on in track 3 if we have discovery, or does it affect the working groups in that track, and do we need to take that into consideration?
Personally, I think we've heard pretty clearly from the interveners that they've got a lot going on in February and March, and we're trying to accommodate that while moving this proceeding along at a good clip. So we know there's 3 tracks happening. It's a lot for everybody. We'll do the best we can.
And thank you very much for taking all of this into consideration. It's very appreciated.
Hey, just one more comment or question. That's as far as the working group, how it might impact the SMAP working groups as well, or if there is any. And if we're duplicating any efforts there as well.
There's going to be a track 1 technical working group, and Shayla, my coworker Shayla, already sent out a public notice, and there will be a track 1 related technical working group meeting on February 3rd, and that's not going to change. And we will not discuss any of these SOMs proposal at all. So it's a track 1 issue, technical working group. Does that answer your question, Rick Haynes?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. So I don't have any additional inputs at this point. It seems on our side, within the CPUC side, we'll need to have some internal discussions with the Commissioner's office on how they would like to proceed. So we'll probably not make any final decisions on it, but on with respect to any comments from parties, so they can do their data requests and get the ball rolling on it behind the scenes until we come to some kind of decision on how quickly or whether or not we need to modify the schedule.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think I'm very receptive to the apparent request to formally file additional comments on PG&E's proposal. I don't think that's a problem if the interveners prefer that strongly, and we would follow up after this and issue a ruling setting a time frame for that. I'll just flag. I know we want to end, but because it's a little harder for me to talk to parties and so on. That for terms, I think Katie, you said a couple of times that it's really important that the commission has wildfire-related targets that the CPUC has control over. And if we could have that addressed in the written comments, that would be appreciated. A little more detail about why that you feel that is so important.
Absolutely.
Okay, does anyone else have any other comments? Chris?
No, and thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. Thank you, and discovery. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can end the workshop today. Thank you very much for your participation. It has been a good discussion.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we end, for additional information, you can contact me or my co-host, Sheila Fung, who has been exceedingly instrumental in organizing this workshop.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.